Hey, what's up, everybody? Assemble, assemble. I'm a little okay. There's not been a Discord notification. Let me quickly do that. Let me quickly do that so everyone can get in here. Uh, there we go. I'm faster than Discord bot. Yeah, true. Actually, true. All right, all right. People arrive, everybody. Welcome to today's stream. We have a couple things to do. We have a couple things to do. It's kind of off brand. It's kind of off brand, but it is actually Tierlist Thursday, which is it's kind of weird. It feels weird. It feels wrong, but it is what it is. Oh yeah, the music does not mean that we're playing Ninja today. Skanky Bliss, thank you for continuing your gift sub. Appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you. Um. Anyways, we are not playing Ninja today. We are not playing Ninja today. We are doing other things, but regardless, it's gonna be chill. It's gonna be chill. I'll tell you about what we do. We have a couple things planned for today. But as always, first let's wait for everyone to get in here. Welcome everybody. Make yourself comfortable. Let's do the warm up together, and then we talk about what we do today because I have a couple of different things planned, and then we'll see how long that takes. And if we have any bonus time after, we're just gonna do like deck building testing for the new format. Yes. Have I missed us looking at Runic Sprite, Live Twin Sprite this week? We did a lot of that yesterday. Yesterday was pretty much almost only Sprite testing and building. So you might want to check out yesterday's VOD. I guess this is a good time to plug the YouTube VOD channel again. I don't know if everyone knows this already, but there is a YouTube VOD channel now where we upload the streams in case you ever miss one, because the Twitch VODs are only up for like 60 days or something, and I figured I might want a place where they stay forever, so there's a YouTube channel for that now. I believe the command for it is !VOD. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, X Crazy. There it is. So if you ever ever watch the VOD and you wonder, like if you ever miss a stream, you can check out the VODs over there. Anyways, let's do the warm up. Let's do the warm up real quick. And then yes. Do you plan Deck Doctor anytime soon? I don't have a set date for it yet, but it's definitely gonna happen before YCS London. Absolutely. If I'm playing Edison for the first time at a YCS side event, is Blackwing a good choice? I think so. I think Blackwing is like relatively straightforward, but teaches you the fundamentals of the format. I think Blackwing is a good choice. It's not that hard to play, but not easy, but it's like fine. Alzaris, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Anyways, let's go. Who's ready? I'm ready. What is that? Gen X? That's a Gen X synchro, I think. Locomotive? R Gen X? No. Furnace? Gen X Furnace? No. I'm gonna skip it, but I'm pretty sure it's a Gen X. D Stein, thank you for the 6 months. Congrats for the new back. It's 100% the Gen X. Thermal Gen X. Is this a Goblin Squad? What are these? Goblin Pothole Squad. Okay, today's a weird one. This could be Aster Drawing. What is it called? Aster. Is it not called Aster Drawing? Oh no, it's a Performapal. Oh, which one is that? Bro, we have 0 points. Nah. Hello, welcome to the warm-up round. What is this? This is Gravekeeper's Visionary? Shaman. Shaman? Shaman. Oh, this is the one that it's just damage. It's a spell. It's not sparks though. It's called Hinotama. Is it Hinotama? Yeah. Side blocker. Laval something. What is it called? Laval. Is it Ignis? No, it's not. There's so many Lavals. Blaster. No. Archer. This is the fighter. What is it called? Is it called fighter? It might be fighter. Combo fighter? That's the one, I think. Yeah. Oh, this is the old vanilla turtle, but I don't know the name. Giant turtle who feeds on flames. Okay. I'm getting Stardust vibes, but it's obviously not Stardust. But it's not shooting, I don't think. Cypher? What is that? That does not exist. Stardust. Cipher Divine? Okay. Vaboku. Is this a mutant? I feel like it's a mutant. Yeah. Forbidden Dress? Is it a forbidden card? Lina? Wait, I need another zoom. Oh, it's Lila. Not Lina. This is Rika Princess, I think. Yeah. This. I feel like Supremacy Sun. Okay, I actually did not know that. Oh, it's Chaos Infinity or something. Or like Chaos Necromancer, something like that. Is it Chaos Necromancer? No. Energy. Oh, it's the trap card. The monster is Chaos Necromancer, though. I'm pretty sure. I think this is an Asa. Droll? What? This is Droll and Lockbird? What? How? Oh, that was the alt art? Really? I've seen this before, but I don't know what's not. Rod of the Mind's Eye. I think this is a Valkyrie. But there's so many. Erda? Erda. Okay. Like melodious stuff. Solfa chord, same thing. It's some World Legacy Ib Lib Stuff Sorrow? World Legacy Sorrow. Not true. Struggle. Alright. We're not doing great today. It's fine though. We did well yesterday. Is this just Ancient Gear? Is it just Gear Town? Yeah. Is this Stardust Shimmer? Yeah. Math Mech. Which one is that? Sigma? It's wait, what? Oh, I don't know which one that is. It's an Evil, but I don't know which one. Evil Sore Pelta. That was a hard bait, dude. That was crazy, dude. That is an old insect effect monster, like level 1 or 2. Ligul. Oh, well done. This is another Rika. Erika? Rika Fairy. Yeah, it's another Rika. Okay, I'm not gonna zoom in further because I assume someone knows it in chat, but I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, unfortunately. Ancient Warrior? Ancient Warrior. Alright, which one then? Cataclysmic? Cataclysmic. What the hell is Cataclysmic Crusted? Wind? There's no wind here. I'm gonna skip that. Tiny Boy, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Cryonic Coldo. Alright. Synchron Carrier. This is Ghost Trick, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's Ghost Trick. Nope. Oh, what? That's not a Ghost Trick? Unfortunate. Today is tough, though. I'm gonna be honest. Today is tough. Some days, some rounds are just harder than others, I think. Like, if I had to do this myself without looking at chat, so far, I think I know, like, 3 of those cards. Like, I've never seen this before. I'm pretty sure I've never seen this before. Like, what the hell is that? Oh, that's the Dark Magician Girl Timaeus fusion. What's it called? Like Dragon Knight, Dark Magician the Dragon Knight, Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Knight. That one. This is Armed Dragon level, I think 7. Yeah. I know this guy. He's like he was used very briefly with his Shizu cards. It's like an Earth Fairy Carbon. That's the one. World Soul Carbon. Yep. Is that another Rate Raptor? No, it's a Blackwing. The hell? Is that Dojo? No. It's a 6 Sam card though. Temple, unfortunate. Underclock. Oh, it's Marincess. Oh. Was that Blue Slug? No, Seahorse. Yeah. I think this is called Battle Scarred. Yeah. This I think is Bau. No? It's one of the weapons. Or like, no, it's a monster though. It's the monster, like Spirit of the Guardians or something like that. Of the Guardian. Or Guardian Fairy, Fairy of the Spring. That is Ubel 3. I think this is a Blackwing spell that's not really a Blackwing. Yeah. That's a Drytron. Karibu Overlord, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you. Who is this? I don't know who the hell you are. Radius the Half Moon Dragon. This is Nova, I think. Is that Satellar Nova? No. Star chart. This is like Lancer Ragna Zero thingy. It's not Ragna Zero indirectly, I think, though. It's like it's like Zero Fine. No, it's not Ice Beast Zero Fine, I think. Zero Lancer. Crystal Zero. They were like, let's make the same card, but like 4 times. Spinos. Bro, we're not even getting 500. We will never talk about this again. We will never talk about this round of Card Guesser ever again. It did not happen. This is a Dragunity, I think. But I don't know which one. It's like not one of the good ones is the problem. Whose? Doesn't exist. Whose? That exists. Oh. Lubellion. What do you have here? Vendrid? Ah. Revendrid, what? Oh, I guessed the right one. That never happens usually. That threw me off. All right, let's never talk about this again. Let's get this done as like let's get over with this as soon as possible. But this did not happen. This did not happen. Look, guys, we're skipping the warm-up today. Welcome everybody to the stream. I'm not feeling like doing any card guesser today. So we're just gonna go right into content. You know what I mean? So welcome everybody to the stream. Welcome. How is everyone doing? We have a few things planned for today. Including just a few things of the things that we are doing today is we're gonna look at the deck list that won YCS Las Vegas because that was finally published yesterday. We're gonna look at Traptrix because I saw that my man Pack was cooking up locals yesterday with just 3 structure decks. So I felt like if you can win locals with just the structure deck without even adding any cards to it, I'm down to look into the archetype. Maybe there's more to it than you know, or that I know at this point in time. So that's cool. And since the structure deck, has it already been released? Well, obviously he's played it in locals. Yeah, so it just released, I think. So let's look into that. Today is official release. Okay, nice. All right. So I think in Europe it's today, and in the US it might have been yesterday because he was already able to play it. Rick Burp Sanchez, thank you for the 2 months. Yes, your Prime, indeed, you get 1 free sub every month, but that's okay. I appreciate it regardless. Thank you for coming back. Appreciate you. So yes, we're gonna look at Traptrix, and then I also have something prepared for lunch break today. I saw that this morning there's another Ruxin Do You Know Yu-Gi-Oh prices episode. So we're gonna definitely look into that. I'm always hyped for these. We can see how wrong can we be this time. So that's gonna be cool. That's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to that. As well as today I've said it before, it's kind of off-brand. We usually don't do this, but we're doing tier lists today, which means it's actually Tierlist Thursday, which is not usually the case, but hey, we just simply don't tell anyone on YouTube about it, okay? This will just be a secret between you and me, chat, that it's actually Thursday when we do the tier lists. It's only 2 tier lists because we've already done a meta one, but I'm gonna talk about hand traps, and I'm gonna talk about board breakers because I see like a ton of questions of like you know, should I play Book of Eclipse? Should I play Book of Moon? Should I play Talents? Should I play Kaijus? Should I play Lava Golem? We're gonna think about that together today, and make 2 tier lists for YouTube as well, and that's gonna be cool. So lots of stuff to do. I feel like I think it's gonna be nice. I think it's gonna be fun. If we have any time left over at the end, of course, we're gonna look into some DB deck building, some DB playtesting, I don't know, stuff like that. Either way, let us begin. Let us hop into the stuff we want to do today. I have an upcoming regional. I'm considering Labyrinth, Sprite Runic, or Notoria Runic. Do you have any recommendations? First of all, I think all 3 are solid choices. I don't think you can really go wrong. So just I mean, if you have some time, just test all 3 of them and just see what performs best for you personally. I think all 3 have potential to be very well performing decks this format. So I don't have like right off the bat, I don't have a clear favorite out of these 3. I'd have to do more testing, but I think all 3 are solid choices. Yes, all right, let us begin. And before we hop into actually watching the Dominic Couch, Steve Silverman, and Alex Cancel deck profile for first place YCS Las Vegas, these are the first videos on Dominic Couch's YouTube channel. So just in case you guys have not seen that he's started doing YouTube, I'm gonna drop you the link in the chat right now. He's asked me to know, live react to the deck profile, and I'm gladly gonna do that because of course it won the YCS. I'm gonna see if there's any spice in there, and the link to Dominic Couch's YouTube is in the chat right now. Very good player, and apparently looking to do content creation now, so that's always good. I like seeing more and more competitive Yu-Gi-Oh players going into content creation. So check out Dominic Couch's YouTube, and we are gonna check it out together now for the first place YCS Las Vegas deck profile. Hold up, let me.
What's up, guys? It's Dom with my team, back for seconds. We defended our title at the Team YCS in Las Vegas. We got these nice 3 Ultra Prize cards, got 3 of these trophies, and then we all played. Me and Cancel played identical decks. Silverman played an identical main deck.
I'm a rogue a little bit. It's kind of spicy the side deck.
He's 6 cards different than us. Went rogue for sure, and Silverman's champion Aura carried us once again. And I'll get into the deck. We all play Castillo. We played 3 Unicorn, 3 Fenrir. There's only playable monsters in the entire deck. You don't have a choice. 1 Ogre. So like the standard play we make a lot is you would like search this and have like Birth Up usually. And
he also did a combo video on, in this version, you actually can put up the 5 Zone Lock plus a Rise Hard with just 3 cards, and there's also another video for that. We're quickly going to look into that after this as well. I think it has something to do with the fact that they play Ogre in preparation.
And then you would use all 3 of these guys and just like hard make a Rise Hard, and it plays around Nib. And our deck is kind of built almost like a Zoo deck, if you guys played Zoo, where you just play like a bunch of like book type cards or like good 1-for-1 non-engine that like usually end up trading more than 1-for-1. And like the Rise Heart just ends up being enough, especially when you draw a card like Lance. It's just like way too hard to beat. And then this will just give you guaranteed follow-up forever because you detach these 3 off of Rise Heart, they all get banished. And then this between their turn and your turn is just 2 more monsters and they're dead. So you have to play Ogre for that reason. I know some people didn't play him.
How many people asked to read preparations when you searched that?
Like 3. Like my favorite is when you play against like Labyrinth or something, and they flip a trap while you have a monster, and then you're like, okay, let me see your hand, and they're like, huh? And then they read it again, and
damn, I need to read it again.
Then we played one of the Scarecrow Kashtira. We did not play the Tier Elements Kashtira. You like have to play one of these guys. This one's obviously better.
Scarecrow Kashtira is by far better than Tier Elements Kashtira.
It is not only bigger than Tier Elements Kashtira, but it being Earth means you can do a lot of damage through Gozen Match still, because Fenrir can search this. Also, this like being able to negate cards like Avermax or whatever, just like attacking into them with itself or another Kashtira guy was really, really good. And so you like have to play one of these for the extender, but the Tier Elements guy is not good, and like I wouldn't play multiples of this. Same kind of goes for this card. Like you have to play 2 because
it reminds me a lot. It's looking a lot similar to Ryan Bowden's and Nishad's deck, so maybe they talked about it beforehand. It looks very
the card
similar.
is like fine.
So
it obviously does nothing on its own, but you need it for the combos. And like when you start grinding, this card gets much better because that's when you really start summoning Changer Era.
There's also like a non-zero chance that it gets banished off the top of your deck when your opponent goes first, right?
Yeah, like if you go second and like you only play 1 and it gets banished off Diablosis, you like lose an entire layer to your deck. And who knows what else Diablosis hit, like if it hit these. So you can't lose like multiple sub parts of your engine outside of these. Like you have to have monsters that these can supplement into. So this card is good, but you don't play 3 because it like obviously does nothing on its own. It's only good when you can already play, or like if you draw it with Birth, I guess you could play. 3 Ash. Yeah, so this card's just a god card because everyone plays Dispia. And for some reason, like this card negates Brand Fusion. Their deck like passes on 0 interactions, or like a Book of Eclipse, or they just like try not to die. Like this card's just so broken versus that. It also stops Book of Eclipse, which is probably the most common way for people to try to beat your big monster. So lands or Ash negating.
I think it's just as simple as Ash is solid against every deck as it always is. But it's like especially good right now because of Branded. Like if it wasn't Thank you, Tengu YGO. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that a lot. If it wasn't for Branded, you might consider taking out Ash for like other cards, but because Branded is in the format, Ash is just kind of mandatory because it's like not bad against anything and just like God card versus Branded.
Important enough outside of just Brand Fusion. And also like this deck only has like actual starter cards. I think it only has 10. Well, 13 if you count Prosperity. But it only has like Fenrir, Unicorn, the 4 field spells, 5 if you play set rotation, I guess, and then Prosperity. So like even Ash against the mirror, like if they start a field spell and you Ash it, they probably can't play a lot of the times. It's like pretty rough.
Except for the finals, right? Where
Yeah. When I got Ashed and just locked 5 anyway, that was ridiculous. I think if he ashed my unicorn, I couldn't have locked 5 though. So, oh well. He was probably just holding it for Theosis, and I searched Birth. Already had Theosis. Then with 13 monsters, I think. And we played the 4 field spells. This card's just like broken. I wanted to play set rotation with the Scareclaw field spell because you could still search Scareclaw Kashtira, and that card like had an effect where you could pop. But we decided that like non-engine was better. Just like stick to how we wanted to play our decks. Like the one set rotation, like you were playing one more starter card for one bad card, and it just like didn't really make sense. So just play like this, and then 3 of this, 3 of this. A lot of people don't play 3 Birth, I think, but I think you have to play 3 Birth. Birth is terrible to draw, like the majority of the time. It like definitely contributes to your poor hands, but your hands that are good, this is the card that lets you play through like the books and all the cards that like would flood you out. Because a lot of the times, like you go second, you like book someone's board, like whether it's a Death Field board that you try to eclipse, or whether it's like a mirror that you try to eclipse, or whatever it may be. You like summon a guy, then they like book it on summon, and then if you have this and another guy, it's just crazy. The Labyrinth deck all plays like Terrors of the, it's either Overroot or Underroot, I don't remember which one, but like you summon a guy, then they do that, and then if you ash them or whatever, or you have another monster in your grave, they like set a monster to your board, and that's like effectively Book of Moon. But then like Birth is even crazier there because now you can revive the guy that they sent to the grave, and normal summon from your hand, which is why like Herman had to judgment both of these when I activated them in top 8.
It also has another effect to banish cards.
Yes.
that card is
I did not learn until midway through.
that card is an FTK against Branded Fusion. Would you like to explain why?
Yeah, so if you have this up against Branded Fusion, when did you learn this?
I probably looked at like 4 or 5. Nah, maybe a little
top
bit.
8 sounds crazy. Yeah,
I saw a post earlier. I don't have it open anywhere. I don't know how to find it, but it was like a post of like a picture of Silverman, and it said like, when you get an A on the group project without doing anything. It was funny.
You learned this when it happened to you, didn't you?
Yes.
Oh,
probably.
Yes. So Silverman like round 5 like rips Birth against another Kashtira guy. And he's like, oh, I'm in there. Activates Birth.
I was not in there.
And then his opponent's Birth is like, banish all your guys in your grave, and he's like, damn, I was wrong. Picks up his cards. But yeah, so when your opponent activates a spell and you control a Kashtira, once per turn, you can then on a new chain, after the spell resolves, banish 3 cards from their graveyard face down. So
This
like,
card is a pain in the ass for Runic. Like randomly, Runic could, I think, easily beat Kashtira going second almost every time, but then sometimes they open this card and it just becomes a lot harder for no reason. Because it has
Branded
that
Fusion,
weirdly niche
you have
bonus
this
effect.
up, they like Branded Fusion, summon, like send 2, summon a guy, Branded Fusion goes to grave. Now Birth, will banish the Branded Fusion and both the monsters they sent face down, which makes it so that like Albion and Lubellion are both terrible to summon into Birth. So they have to summon something else that like is of substance. Oh my gosh.
And that card is really good versus Runic.
Yes, it is good versus Runic too. Like cancel play against Runic, and like you have Birth up, they activate, then they go like
Field spell
chain like one fountain to put their cards back, and you're like they're all gone.
And when they randomly banish your cards off the top of the deck, you can just start playing.
Yeah, that's another thing, right? Like if they banish Theosis, or monsters,
Yeah, that too.
Like your deck just gets so much random value off the Runic cards too. Like
Do you think that Kashtira is bricky? In Dueling Book, I brick a good amount of times, even with max consistency. I think it's one of those decks that it's definitely consistent enough to be considered a consistent deck, but it's always the case with like these decks that have like a lot of 1-card starters, right? Like every once in a while, even though your deck has like 15 1-card starters or even more than that, you're just not gonna see one, right? Like also like Marin Says is not a bricky deck in that sense, right? Marin Says is not bricky, but like every once in a while you just don't have that 1-card starter, and so you won't play at all. And Kashtira is like that. Like it's like it has so many solid 1 or 2 card combos that like most of the time it'll be just fine, but then sometimes you just don't have any. It's better than Flu because Flu had basically as a 1-card combo, Flu had only Robina. Flu had only Robina. Kashtira has like other cards that are almost the same quality as like Eaglin was not the same quality as Robina, right? And Map was never part of a 1-card combo. Whereas like here, the field spell is a 1-card combo, Unicorn is a 1-card combo. I'm not actually sure how good is Fenrir as a 1-card combo. If you have nothing else, is Fenrir even that good? Does Fenrir do everything? I don't think it does. Because Fenrir, if it's your only card, you'd have to go like Fenrir search Rise Heart, special Rise Heart. That doesn't really do that much. So Fenrir isn't full combo. It's only really just Unicorn.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, like it's so insane. So yeah, you have to max out.
But Fenrir alone still does a lot more than an Eaglin alone, for example. You know?
Last year, especially because of that. It's the same reason with the Theosis contributes to bricks, but if you draw any monster, it's any of the good monsters. So like we have to play 3. It's teleport. Prosperity because deck sucks. Deck sucks. Yeah.
They understand.
You have the room.
Nice. For our non-engine, we just played 3 Eclipse, 3 Book, 3 Forbidden Lance.
When you Valor or Imperm the Unicorn, could you stop the combo turn 1? We will talk about that at some point when we do the hand trap tier list later. Theoretically, yes. Theoretically, you can stop the combo depending on what their hand is. But as it stands right now, like if you look at this deck, there's like 12 or 15 cards that will completely invalidate your impermanence on Unicorn.
And 3 Imperm. So I'll explain the books a little bit, but like,
I think this is the only difference to Ryan's, Boden's, and Nishad's deck is I think they played Nib and they played Imperm. I think otherwise it's exactly the same deck.
Much explanation. This one doesn't need
I
explanation.
like
at
the
all.
Nib more.
This card,
I'll
like,
say that much.
Beats the whole Kashtira board going second, as well as when you play against the Despia board, like turns off everything.
Wait, no, there was also Chalice. What else is different? What else is different? Because they are on no Nib. Oh, there was no Eclipse? Ah, no, they definitely played Book of Moon, but they didn't play Eclipse. Okay.
On the board, and all they have is like in red and
No. The Ogre was also there.
Also, you can deck your opponent by making them draw hella cards. I almost did it.
Did you really?
Almost, yeah. I killed him instead, but you
Or your
know.
opponent doesn't draw.
That's crazy.
Or your opponent lets you draw 4 cards off of it.
Yeah, and you draw Ash. Yeah, you're insane.
That was nice.
That was nice. I was like, cancel. You're just gonna draw Ash. It's fine. You did first card. That was insane. So Book of Moon. It's a little different. It's pretty bad against Despia going first, but it's against Kashtira. It's crazy. Like they just summon a guy. You just book their guy. And if they don't have like Lance or Birth, they can no longer play the game. Like they have to have like outside of those.
I like Book of Moon. We've talked about it yesterday. How like I feel like Book of Moon is criminally underrated right now. Everyone is like talking about Book of Eclipse. Like literally, Book of Eclipse is on everyone's mind. I feel like we've seen. I don't even remember if we saw a single deck profile that didn't have Book of Eclipse, and I'm looking at Book of Moon and I'm like, that card is very often just better than Book of Eclipse. Sometimes it's not, of course. If someone goes like 3 to 4 card wide Kashtira board, of course it's not as good as Book of Eclipse. But very often, Book of Moon is just better. Book of Moon can't be ashed. Book of Moon is way better going first. Like I think Book of Moon is solid. And even going second, I feel like Kashtira is a deck. Kashtira is a deck that puts up like 2 or 3 annoying cards, and like you don't need every card in your hand. Like you don't need a card to deal with everything at once. It's fine to deal like to like throw a book at that card, bait the other one, and then play through the third by just having your engine. I think it's fine to have like 1-to-1 trades, especially if you're trading for the Uriah card, which is like the best card.
And those are Lance is obviously 1 card to play through it. But Birth also requires another card in their hand, and anything past Birth and like normal summon a good guy is like a 3 to 4 card way for them to play the game, like Scareclaw Mance, and then like Rise Heart, and that's like literally 3 cards. So like Book was crazy, and then even going second, you just like book a Rise Heart.
There's like an interesting thought I just had is like, if you have a Book of Moon and they special Unicorn, am I supposed to immediately book that? Or should I wait and try and bait the Theosis? Because if you can chain Book of Moon to Theosis, that's even better. Because then I'm pretty sure Theosis can't summon anything. And then even if they have like Birth plus whatever, they can't play through it. What if they search Birth? Then you are in trouble. That's what I'm saying. if they search birth, then you have a problem. But you can still book later. It's not like book is going to be completely dead. You can then book like the XYZ or something. It's like, it's something, I think it depends actually. I don't think there's a clear-cut answer. Because they can only search birth if they have another normal summon in hand, which they don't always do. Like, that's not a given, right? They don't play that many other normal summons, right? Because they have Field Spell, Fenrir, one Ogre, and that's it. Like, they don't have that many extender normal summons. The chance that they have another normal summon isn't that high. So very often they will just go for Theosis. And if you can counter Theosis with Book of Moon, like, you basically win the game right there, because then they cannot extend. With, it doesn't matter what cards they have, they can't extend through.
Or book like whatever one problem monster is, and it like works out enough of the time. Yeah, like it's really all. And then Lance was just like we said before, we were playing around Nibiru like pretty much the whole tournament.
Except when you didn't.
Except when we did not.
Except when you told me I got did for everything.
We played around Nibiru the entire tournament, except for when it mattered the most, in the finals, where we just played into it game 1 and game 3, even though they main decked it. Yes. I just didn't get punished.
But yeah, so we play around Nibiru like the majority of the time, unless we have like enough non-engine that we don't think it'll matter if we get nibbed. Like in the finals, game 1 and 3, the last card in my hand both those games was Ash Blossom. So like if I got nibbed, I was like, I'm just gonna Ash Brand Diffusion. It doesn't matter. Like
I think that logic is flawed. I honestly disagree with that logic. I think it's actually the other way around. Because if you have Ash Blossom against Branded, you have no reason to overcommit into a Nibiru, because you can just make your normal board, sit on Ash Blossom, even if they out your Arise Heart or whatever. Just ash the Branded Fusion. It's fine. If they play Crossout Called by Andolphin, yeah, but Called by doesn't work because of Arise Heart being up. And for like, it's very specific, I think, to lose to Ash. Like if you have Ash in hand, because that's the thing. If you have Ash against Branded, you're already favored. The only way you're losing is if you play into Nib. Like, if you commit 3 cards into Nib, you get nibbed. Even if you Ash the Branded Fusion, you're left with 1 card and a Nib token, so next turn, you probably can't play. It's a little, I don't know if I agree to the logic. I don't know if I like it. I think it's, I personally would lean in the other direction. I would lean in the other direction. I would be like, if I have Ash Blossom, there's no need for me to commit into an auto-win board. If I can just make a solid board and back it up with Ash, that's probably winning anyways. I would be more inclined to agree with a logic like, oh, my hand is all engine. If I just make an Arise Heart and then I pass and my hand is just 3 engine cards, I have no non-engine, no lands to protect my Arise Heart, no book, no imperm, nothing. Then I'm like, okay, the chance I lose here is way too high if I go only for Arise Heart. Then I'm gonna risk the Nibiru. That's something I agree with way more. Rather than just like, oh, I already have Ash, I have some non-engine, like, I'm just gonna be like, fine if I get nibbed. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I feel like you're risking the game when you don't have to in that point. But, I mean, it worked out, so it is what it is. Hypnos, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you.
That was follow-up with Birth. Who cares? So I like just went for it and it worked out. Game 1 and 3, so that was nice. But normally, we just summon a Rise Heart pass with the preparation, like a Rise Heart preparation, like I showed at the start. And then Lance there is crazy because you like Lance your Rise Heart when they try to book it or whatever. Now they're down a card because they like already fed a card into the Rise Heart. And now they probably have no like good way to deal with it, especially with like these books now, right? Because like the only effective like monster to deal with a Rise Heart is Fenrir. Even then, like
this format is just gonna be zoo format. It's just zoo format with Cash Tira is just Zodiac, but a little bit more toxic. But I actually don't hate it so far, the idea of this format. I really don't. Of course, Cash Tira, if it goes uninterrupted and uncountered, is gonna win the game in a way that's annoying. But honestly, I feel like people are over-exaggerating over how you lose the game, if that makes sense. Like, the thing is, if I was playing a Zodiac mirror and my opponent went first, went uninterrupted, and I drew none of my like anti-Zodiac tech cards or cards that I used for the mirror match, I would also have a very poor chance of winning. It wouldn't feel the same way because, of course, the Zodiac combo looked differently than the Kashtira combo. It wasn't the same. But at the end of the day, if you draw none of your tech cards or none of your non-engine and your opponent goes for the like a solid 1 to 2 card combo, you're probably losing that game in almost any format. Like I don't think it matters whether your opponent goes for Trident, Emerald, back it up with hand traps, and you can't break through because you didn't draw any tech cards, or they lock all your zones. Like, of course, it feels bad that you don't even get the chance to play, but like realistically, if like the best deck in the format goes uninterrupted, you lose anyways. Like it's fine, I think.
You just banish
It's like Fenrir, you banish it, and then they have to play afterwards. So like, God forbid you draw like lands plus one of these books.
In Zoo Mirrors, you had infinite spaces for tech cards. Well, I mean, they're showing you literally 3 Book of Moon, 3 Book of Eclipse, 3 Forbidden Lands, 3 Imperm, 3 Ash. I don't know how you can realistically say that. Like, this deck has this is the same. You know what I mean?
Or like Imperm.
Like, this deck is literally Zodiac.
Literally can't do anything. Like,
And so I don't think Zodiac is regarded to one of the best formats ever, but it certainly wasn't like as bad as people make this format out to be.
it's so hard for them to win without their own lands. And then Imperm was just.
That was
I
like
don't
our
know,
37, 39.
Yeah, 38, 39, 40.
Sometimes it just gets there, right?
I mean, it just gets there going second. It's like not a bad card to draw as your 6th card at one for ones or something, and it's like
It's pretty good to stop unicorn.
it's whatever. Yeah, exactly. Like Imperming Unicorn sometimes just makes you so the board's not good. Play one Big Bang and one Prep. You like have to play Big Bang for summoning guys, and then Prep. I explained earlier.
How many cards is your main deck?
40.
40. Only 40. Never
Only-
40 only.
Nevermore.
Next I'll do the extra deck.
Let's speed it up. Johnny Lee's giving you coaching advice on how to do
Oh,
3
sorry,
hour long deck
sorry.
profile.
3 Ice Heart.
Shout out
2 chain.
Zoo format is just Zoo. This format, there's a lot of other. I don't think there's going to be that much other bullshit because honestly, I think Kashtira is very good at sorting out other bullshit. I feel like I think it's just going to be like Kashtira, Branded, Labyrinth, some Sprite, and honestly, that's probably it. Like because Kashtira is like very, very efficient at sorting out like random rogue decks because like it just has big dudes, a lot of non-engine, solid 1 to 2 card combos. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
3 hour mark, that profile.
We just played 3 because if one gets banished when you're going second off the Ablosis like they should, then like they just summon Unicorn and you can't use a monster effect or you lose all your Rise Hearts and then you lose the game. You barely summon this card. This card you just play 2 because it's nothing better to play more of. 2 Zeus as well. These are just like cards you're trying to avoid getting Diablosis and not have access to. Big Eye, you lose this every time you go second, so that's whatever. Dark Rump, this card's really, really good. I like clearing boards, and you can also like trigger your Theosis with it. Flare Metal,
You summoned that once?
I summoned it one time. I thought I was gonna win the match, and I got nipped, so it was whatever. But it was there just. I mean, yeah.
It wasn't even in my deck.
Yeah, it was not in Silverman's deck. Neither of these cards were in Silverman's deck. I did not summon Baron once. Cancel summoned it 4 times. I
It's
also
probably
did.
terrible every time you summon it.
Apparently, it was insane.
It might have just been better to have Ash in your hand, but whatever.
Exactly. That's the problem, right? Like you play against Despia, Ash just better in your hand.
Okay, so they're playing less of the like prosperity banishes to attach them to a Rise Heart. I think the one card I would like to see people play in Kashtira is Dracosac. The one thing that Dracosac does better than the Dark Armed Dragon is Dracosac outs skill drain. Because you contribute itself as cost. I think that option is valuable. Alongside like Dracosac just being a solid card overall. That's why I think I would like people playing Dracosac a little bit more. It's not a card you're going to summon very often. But I feel like that's a very valuable thing for a card to do. Like provide an out to skill drain. Dracosac tribute to pop is cost. I'm like 99% sure. But let me quickly make sure I'm not talking bullshit. Dracosac I remember using that card, I think, too, for that purpose. I'm pretty sure it's cost. Tributed token, then target. Yeah, it's cost. It works.
Like Aurora, so you attach it off prosperity, and then like if you get evenly matched,
You
or
don't
whatever,
get tokens, of course. You don't get tokens. That part of the effect is not like that doesn't work. But you can just make Dracosac tribute itself, and then pop. That used to be a very common thing to out skill drain in different decks. Dracosac effect won't be negated by skill drain early on the field. If skill drain says negate the effects of monsters while they are on the field, like face up monsters on the field, if you use an effect that tributes itself, it is not on the field anymore, and then it will not be negated by skill drain.
Super polyed.
If it's
then
cost
this is gonna go to the
to
graveyard, you're gonna
tribute.
replenish a card, and then you play Donna
Because you
for-
can't pay cost
for
under
Ibley
skill drain.
and like Contact C and blah blah blah. And
You
then
ever
instead
summoned
of-
Donda then?
I never summoned it.
Me neither.
But
No,
yeah, it just didn't come up. And then Baron and Flare Metal in Silverman's deck were the two Lingrebos in case he got Ibleyed. And then like because it's a 3v3, if like it happens to him first, maybe they think we also play Ibley, or we also play Lingrebos, and then they don't try to Ibley us, which would be cool.
Okay,
Interesting 3v3 dynamic.
I don't
Yeah.
think I got Ibley once this weekend.
Yeah,
I did.
I
And
got
I
Gimmick
scratched
Pop. I
it.
got Gimmick Puppeted twice, but other than that, the side deck 3-shifter. This card is broken. Silverman didn't want to play it,
I played it.
but he played it. He didn't go rogue on that one. 2 Droll. This card's really good against like the Allure Despia deck, which is what most of them should be because they're trying to play 40 cards and just draw insane. And then I was also scared of the Dark World deck, so I wanted like something other than shifter for that. So like these are our spots. This is just how the side pattern worked out. Is like these all ended up being 2-ofs because we only wanted to side 4 cards against the Cashmere, and which would be these 4. And then this card overlapped against a lot, like the Sprite, like the other Ibley decks, as well as Despia, and then this card also overlapped against some other matchups. So it ended up just being this for the side pattern.
I don't know how I feel about Droplet, but we're going to talk about that later.
Silverman
Also,
did not
like,
play either of these.
cool.
Hates quick play spells.
What are those ratios? The thing is, sometimes in side decking, it can make sense to not run just 3-ofs and whatnot because you can, how do I say this? Like sometimes it's just that's how siding patterns work. Like you could play, of course you could say like, oh, in this matchup, enemy is better than Droplet, so I'm going to play 3 enemy, 1 Droplet. But then maybe there's a matchup where you want to side out 2 cards and Droplet is really good against it, but enemy isn't. And so otherwise you wouldn't be able to side out the 2 cards. So you will be like, okay, I need 2 cards for this matchup, so I'm just going to bump Droplet to 2. And then, like, I'm going to have to take out a card. And then I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to take out 1 enemy. And then I sometimes side Droplet in other matchups. I think it's fine.
Get enough of them.
Yes, and then
I played some tech.
Ooh,
he
little fun
You
ups.
want to explain these?
You gotta just play the funnels because like you want Nibiru, but you only want one of it ever. So if you only play one, you can only draw one. And then when they get Nibiru for everything, the one time you draw it, they'll just play Afraid for it the whole game. So the one acted like 3 copies of mine, 3 copies of his, and 3 copies in his. So
Well, one card investment was 9.
And then I wanted to play more of this because I thought like Labyrinth would be a thing. And
Silverman really is the guy that got an A on the group project. It's crazy. The man sided 1 Nibiru, 1 Lightning Storm because you only ever want 1.
Dom was just like, nope, it won't be. But I played it in the top cut, and I wish I had more of these, but I only had 1, and I did not draw it. So
Yeah, it happens. And then
What I will say is, I think in a 3v3 YCS, there is some merit. Some stuff he said was actually fine. Like, I don't agree with 1 nib, but I do think that there would be a merit, for example, in doing, like, let one of the people play 3 nibs and the other people just not play nib. And then, like, what happens in a 3v3, it's like, one of them gets nibbed, and they're like, they tell the other 2, hey, they're playing nib, play around nib, be careful. Because if all 3 of your opponents are on the same deck, Kashtira, then I think most people are going to assume they are playing the same list, right? Because they are on the same team, they're all playing the same deck. Surely they agreed on the same list, right? And so, like, if you get nibbed by one of the team players, you're like, tell the other people that, hey, just so you know, he was playing nib, so be careful, right? And then, like, that's the thing. I think that's a thing in 3v3s. I think that's why sometimes it can make sense, like, hey, that guy plays 3 nibs, that guy plays 3 super poly, that guy plays 3 whatever, and then you make people play around it sometimes when they maybe shouldn't or wouldn't otherwise. I don't think, like, with a 1-off, that doesn't make sense because you're freaking not going to see your 1-off, so you're never going to have that effect, or almost never going to have that effect, right?
The controllers for the mirror.
it just seems very good this format. feel like I was gonna get locked out, and like this is a card that helps you when you get locked out of all 5 spawn traps.
I thought 3v3 rules was that playset limits apply across the whole team's deck list, so only one of them. No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. That is not how the 3v3 format works. Otherwise, they could not all 3 be on the same Kashtira deck. That might be another format, but that's not what they use for the 3v3 YCSs. In the 3v3 YCS, each of them has the same card pool available. They can all bring whatever they want.
And then you can still get to play. And
it would also be interesting and cool. That is also, it's a cool concept. It's just not how this one works.
No one else did.
No one locked you guy. You never got locked for 5.
No, not once.
Nice.
Lava Golems, that's why he played the 2 Lingerivo, so if he got Italy, he could just still Lava
Yeah,
Golem.
that was the other reason
Makes
he had to play Lingerivo, because he played Lava Golem. So like, Italy beats this card, but not if he plays the Lingerivos. And then we played 3-dimensional barrier and Pointer of the Red Lotus. This card is crazy because you like hit a card out of their hand and then just gets attached to a Rise Heart, so they never get it back.
But it's only good when you don't say your whole hand, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And when you draw it going first, and never draw it going first.
Yes.
In your side deck.
And this card obviously is just game against the branded deck, and then against the winner, like they can't do much if all they have going second is Fenrir and Unicorn. Going first, if they...
That is solid. I mean, Barrier is a very good side deck card, I think, in Kashtira. I mean, it's a good side deck card in general, but it's just like, if you play against the deck that loses to D-Barrier, you get Book of Eclipsed or whatever, and then you just hit him with a turn skip. That's just insane, right? That's just insane. If they out your Rise Heart by booking it or spending one of their board breakers on it, and then you barrier them out of their turn, it's crazy. So in this deck specifically, I think D-Barrier is gonna have another home. And then one thing I quickly wanted to also look at was I already looked into it this morning, but I haven't completely watched it yet. There's the 3-card combo to lock all 5 zones.
All right, guys, we're back here with Dominic Couch, who is fresh off his second in a row YCS 3v3 victory in Las Vegas, and he's here with a quick Kashtira combo video for all you guys wondering. If you watched the finals or couldn't quite keep up what he was doing, he's going to show you how to prevent your opponent from playing at all, so you can have fun and they cannot.
Yes. So, as a wrong deck box. So, a lot of people think it's usually like a 4-card combo or like some crazy hand you have to draw to lock 5 zones and on a Rise Heart, because locking five spell and traps if you don't end on a Rise Heart kind of does nothing, because like if your opponent just summons Fenrir, you lose. So having a Rise Heart is key in that matter.
Once again, I will say one more thing. I will say it again. Yes, it's disgusting to be locked out of playing the game completely, but I will say another thing. If a top deck in Yu-Gi-Oh goes for a 3-card combo uninterrupted, I think it's okay if it wins the game. Like, unironically, the only problem that I have with the combo is that you cannot interact with it with spell cards. That's my problem. I would really like to be able to interact with spell cards. That is the problem specifically. But in terms of like, if everyone is doing this, you just don't play power spells. You play like hand traps and lava golems and sphere modes and kaijus and whatnot, and they still lose to that. But overall, a freaking 3-card combo that goes uninterrupted, it doesn't really matter how it wins the game. Play Solitaire, what's the difference at this point? The difference is that you have cards that you can play that interact with this. That is the difference. That is literally the difference.
So it's only a 3-card combo, and they're like pretty interchangeable. So you could draw one of either of these, and then you have to draw a way to the field spell.
And you have got some consistency cards to help you get there, right?
Yes, and then I think that Pot of Prosperity, like math says, Pot of Prosperity is probably interchangeable for any of these pieces, because you will probably see one if you look at the top 6 cards of your deck.
If you do not have one of them, you have a very high chance.
Yes. So I'll show you, for example, which one do you think we should do, Mike?
Let's make it like the most awkward one. Let's do like Unicorn Birth and... Oh, no, not Unicorn Birth. I was going to say Fenrir Birth. That's too easy. You could just take Fenrir, Unicorn, and Birth. That should do it, right? Oh, no, it has to be...
That's one.
Yeah, my bad. I'm slow. Yeah, just do 2 spells and Fenrir.
Okay. So these?
Yeah, perfect. Easy enough. I am brain dead, yes.
It's all good. We all are. Okay, so in this hand, does this look good for the camera this way?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so first you'd activate Planet, because you guys have to leave your Unicorn here. And you're going to special Unicorn. Unicorn is then going to search Theosis.
But you're not going to use Theosis here, right?
No, you're actually going to hold Theosis all the way till after you've already locked a zone.
Also, I will say another thing. It's not actually very easy to open this 3-card combo. Because you play 6 copies of Fenrir Unicorn, you have 4 copies of the field spells, and you have 6 copies of the other spells. It will happen, but it's not super easy to open a 3-card combo out of 6, 6, 4. It's not gonna happen that often.
So then you're gonna activate Birth. I'm like playing this against myself.
Yeah.
So if you combine this with the chance of you need to open a 3-card combo out of cards that you don't play that many of, and your opponent needs to not have Nibiru, Ash, Kurikara, Imperm, whatever. Okay, Prosperity helps, sure. But like, pair the chance of opening the combo plus the chance of your opponent having outs to it, because there are outs. It's just basically a result of everyone was on Book of Eclipse, and this combo counters Book of Eclipse. If Book of Eclipse is, all this does is it makes you unable to play like Book of Eclipse and Book of Moon as your only outs to Kashtira. Yes, if those are your only outs to Kashtira, you're gonna lose to this. But there's like other freaking cards you can play, and so you just play those from now on.
Use Fenrir, and you search Rise Heart here.
There's Lava Golem, Spear Mode, Kaijus, Kurikara, Hand Traps.
And then you special Rise Heart here. Then Rise Heart will banish the Scareclaw guy from your main deck. If you drew the Scareclaw guy, then the best card of value to banish will be Kashtira Preparations. But we can like get as to why later. But for just the 3-card combo, you're gonna want to banish Scareclaw Kashtira. You lock a zone, and this is why Planet is so important in this combo. Is to get the additional monster. Now you need to Planet, pop your Shangri-Ira, and protect yourself. So then your Fenrir is in the graveyard. You've locked one zone. Where'd my zone markers go? So you locked one spell and trap. I'm so stupid. All right, one spell and trap, and then you still have Theosis in your hand. No, and two blanks.
2 Ash. We're playing against
two
Despia.
Ash. We're playing against Despia, yes. And then now you're gonna turn your Rise Heart into our Rise Heart.
Because you've already resolved Shangri-Ira.
Yeah, because you resolved Shangri-Ira and locked one zone already. And then now your Theosis is gonna get extra value. So you activate Theosis, and you're gonna summon Kashtira Ogre. And now because you have a Rise Heart up on the field, your Theosis is gonna get banished. So now it's gonna trigger. So Rise Heart's gonna be Chainlink 1 and reattach Theosis, and Theosis is gonna add back the Scareclaw Kashtira that you previously banished. So now you have one Scareclaw Kashtira and 2 blanks, and then Theosis goes back under Rise Heart. And then you use Kashtira Ogre, and you're gonna search Big Bang instead of Preparations.
Searching Big Bang, huh?
Yes. And then by searching Big Bang, now your Scareclaw Kashtira can banish Big Bang from your hand, which turns into 2 more bodies. So you banish this, and this will trigger Chainlink 1 to reattach this. This will trigger to summon the other guy under Shangri-Ira. So you get your Unicorn back. This goes under Rise Heart. And then you have one more zone open. Your Birth will... And if you mess up and summon this down here, you just have to Exceed first.
And put the other Shangri-Ira in the EMZ? If you were to mess up?
You actually don't, because like if it's down here, it's still fine. You still have one zone open.
Oh, okay.
So, but yeah, you should always summon one in the extra monster zone. There's just like not a reason not to. And then now you Birth, bring back your Fenrir that you popped earlier. So then your board will look like this. And then Fenrir and the Ogre will make Diablosis. And so if you drew the Scareclaw guy, you banish Preparation earlier, so that because it guarantees you more follow-up outside of just Birth. It like guarantees you an interaction on their turn if you get like Lava Golem or something maybe. So your Theosis would have just added back Preparation instead, which I think I did in one of the finals maybe, but whatever.
So not only does this combo lock all five monster zones from your opponent and end on follow-up, and not only does it lock it still ends on like all this follow-up. Like I mean, besides the board, just 2 other cards.
Birth, Theosis, and Big Bang are all under your Rise Heart still. You still have 2 blanks in your hand, and then this is also summoning a guy on their turn, like summoning Fenrir.
Always summon to EMZ. Time to sleeve up Cyberdragon Mega Fleet. Aren't a bunch of them machine anyways? Couldn't you just make freaking Fortress Dragon? Or does that not work under Macrocosmos? Shangri is psychic? Oh, you can't okay, you can't contact fuse, unfortunate.
Or Unicorn. So then you just Diablosis. You probably banish Fenrir here so you can attach it so you have a good guy to get up. You have the option of being either guy off of Big Bang. So you,
with what monster zone? They're not going to lock all your monster zones. They're just locking the back row.
I'm so dumb. And then you banish from the extra deck. This will lock a zone. This will lock a zone. This will attach. So now we have 3 spell and trap zones locked. Then this will activate to banish cards from the top of their deck because you just banished a card face down. And then after that resolves, this is going to trigger. You have to take one of their cards. You can, if you are worried about like taking like a Despia Tragedy or something, then you can, which I don't think you should ever worry about. I think you should always take a card from their deck to get information on what they might be playing because they should probably scoop.
Yeah, if your opponent does this and you summon Hacker, like they should be scooping like 95% of the time.
Exactly. So like I would just I would take a card from their deck because some decks like Labyrinth will let you Diablosis them. And they'll just be playing like a not Labyrinth extra deck. Like they'll just be playing like a Kashtira extra deck so that when they scoop, you side for Kashtira and then you get Labyrinth, right? So
Sneaky.
Yes, very sneaky. So I would attach a card from their main deck with this to try to get information to see if they maybe tricked you. And then the Shangri Eros will lock both the other spell and trap zones. And then you could pass to them. You still have 2 other cards, which could be like Ash, could be a book, could be land. They could literally be anything, or they could have been another.
Ban Mind Hacker and this deck is much less frustrating. I agree. I think Mind Hacker would have been a very good preemptive hit because I'm gonna be honest. I think the deck is still good without Mind Hacker. It just cannot do specifically this. It cannot specifically banish, lock all your zones. It can, you know. I think that would have been a very reasonable thing to do. I don't think it would have impacted its like it would have been worse, of course, but yeah, it would have just been a much more manageable and still be a good deck. Bowden and Ryan did not even make this play. Yeah, they had the same cards available, so I'm sure sometimes they could go for it if they like knew, oh, my opponent doesn't play Nib or something like that, or I have to risk it because my hand is so bad otherwise. I think it would have been fine without Diablosis. Like the deck is basically still without Diablosis, the deck is still Zodiac essentially. Right? It's still I think is pretty much Zodiac in 2023. And that is I think still good. I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, that's that. Anyways, that combo is of course very very strong, but once again, it's a 3-card combo that loses to. There is a lot of cards, thankfully, that prevent this combo. Every hand trap, pretty much, if you want to play hand traps in this upcoming format, every hand trap turns this from a 3-card combo into either not possible or you definitely need like 4 or 5. Like if you imperm the Rise Heart, for example, that like stops a lot of it, I feel like. Imperming the Rise Heart. Because that means they cannot trigger Shangri-Era the first time. That means they can't make the Arise Heart yet. I think that's pretty good. Ash on Theosis also makes it almost impossible. Unless they have like multiple extenders already. What if you imperm the Diablosis? You could also imperm the Diablosis, but then your if you imperm Diablosis, you still have to deal with a Rise Heart with 3 materials and Shangri-Eras. Which means that there's also going to be like a Fenrir or a Unicorn next to it. So that's very annoying. You could also imperm Shangri-Era, but I think that's the worst option. I think the best option is to, like, if they go for this, I think the best way to do it is probably...
Special Rise Heart here.
To imperm them right here.
We'll banish the Scareclaw guy.
If they banish the Scareclaw guy for cost, they don't even get the Big Bang summon. I think just imperming the Rise Heart is pretty juicy because you prevent multiple things. A Rise Heart does not go up to level 7, so he's pretty much dead weight at this point. He's just a level 4 sitting on the board. Doesn't do anything. You prevent the face down banishes, which means they cannot trigger. They don't get 3 random banishes from your deck, so you can't lose any random cards there. And that means you don't trigger your opponent's Shangri-Era, and without the Shangri-Era, they cannot summon a Rise Heart. They haven't used it, so they can't summon a Rise Heart. They can also not, because they are not able to trigger Shangri-Era, they cannot pop with the field spell to target their own thingy to revive with Birth, and that just means they don't have a target for Birth yet. So like it takes away so many things from the combo that it feels like imperm on Rise Heart makes it almost impossible to make this combo happen. Because at this point in time, if they don't even banish Big Bang here, They don't banish Big Bang for Shangri Era. If you imperm here, if they don't banish Big Bang for Rice Heart, if you imperm the Rice Heart here, I'm pretty sure this combo just crumbles. I'm pretty sure this combo just crumbles. Because what do you have out after your 3-card combo? You still have Theosis. Well, what do you do with it? You've used Fenrir. You've used Unicorn. They're both stuck under Shangri Era. You can go Theosis, target Rice Heart, summon Ogre, grab Preparation. That's it, I think. The question is more like, I think against this combo specifically, Imperm is very, very strong. But sometimes they don't go for this combo. Sometimes they just make a 3 material, a Rise Hard, and pass. But even then, Imperm is still fine. I think Imperm, honestly, the more I think about it, I think Imperm is very good against Kashtira. It's not like... It's not broken. It doesn't stop everything, but it's like very consistently good, you know? Like Nibiru, for example, of course, is better against this combo. If they go for this combo and you have Nib, you probably win the game because you just traded the entire 3-card combo for one card, right? Just Nibiru invalidates their entire 3-card combo. So Nibiru is very strong against this. But sometimes they go for 3 summons, make a Rise Hard pass. So Nibiru is dead in that case, right? And, you know, Imperm is, I think, just overall solid, right? Where do you Imperm if they're banished Big Bang? You could still Imperm here. I think it's not even that bad because all they get is like a free Unicorn or Fenrir. But that still is concerning. You could also, if they banish Big Bang and you think they are not going to go for the full zone lock, you can also keep Imperm in hand to just Imperm the Rise Heart on your turn. That's fair, I think. That's fine. There's multiple ways. But that's like the thing about Imperm is like I think it's very solid against Kashtira. It's just not that great in the other matchups, to be honest. That's the problem more so, I think. It's okay against Sprite now because they can't make Elf to protect from it. Like you can always Elf whatever you want on your turn. You can always Elf Gigantic. So I think it's okay against Sprite. It's kind of mediocre against Branded. Like, that's very annoying. If they put up Cartesia beforehand, they can always dodge Imperm. That's very bad. But once again, against Branded too, you can Imperm the Mirror Jade on your turn, and that's just like one piece of interaction out of the way. So I think that's okay. I think Imperm and Ash almost feel like the same card. Like, they are both solid this format, I think. I think Ash and Imperm are both significantly better this format than they were last format. Because last format, they just never did enough against Tier. Like, it never felt like they did enough against Tier. Sometimes Imperm was okay, but like, they both were kind of mid last format. I think they both get better this format, but they are still not broken by any means. Like, they are both still fine. But like they are both better, but not insane, not broken, not game breaking or anything. I think they are like a nice middle ground. I think they are a nice middle ground for tech cards that are main deckable. Like if you don't want to go full crazy on, hey, I'm gonna play 3 Eclipse, 3 Book of Moon, 3 Lunar Eclipse, 3 Nibiru, like the heavy anti-cash. I think it's fine to go like 3 Ash, 3 Imperm, then you play like a couple books. Maybe you play Nibiru as well. Like, you know what? You know what I mean? Like, you go like a middle way solution. I think that's fine. But we're gonna talk about that more when we do the tier lists, which I think now that we've talked about all this is a good segue to move into. What do you want to do first? Do you want to do tier lists first, like board breaker, hand trap discussion, or do you want to go Traptrix first? I'm fine either way. I'm going to pull up a poll. I'm going to just do a poll what you want to do first, and I'm going to go to the toilet real quick while it runs. What do we do first? And once again, we do both of those things. Don't matter. Doesn't matter. We do both. Kaza, thank you for the bits. I don't know if that's a bait. Drewski XP, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. All right, I'll give you 2 minutes. I'll give you 2 minutes to you know, vote on these. And I'll be right back. I'll be right back with you, and then we do whatever you guys want to see first. It's very even right now. Keep in mind, we do both anyways. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. We do both. I'll be right back. Right, end of chair stream. Oh my god, that's crazy. All right, well, I guess it literally doesn't matter what we do first. It literally doesn't matter what we do first. All right, the holy 50-50. I guess there was like 2 more people that said look at Traptrix first. Okay, I'm down. I don't mind. I don't mind. All right, and so the Traptrix structure deck releases today, I think. So that's a very fitting type of content today. So I've seen that that Pack has cooked up locals with the deck yesterday. I don't think there's a deck list yet, maybe. But Pack said like went 5-0 with 3 structure decks today, beat 4 Cash and 1 Sprite. 8-1 overall against Cash, 2-1 versus Sprite. Video up soon. Feels good to beat $4,000 worth of Yu-Gi-Oh cards with just 3 structures. So the way I read this, it's literally no added cards other than structures. Local winners, let's go. I mean, it's locals. It doesn't matter that much, but it's still impressive. Hey, credit where credit is due. Beating 4 Cash Tiras and a Sprite is not easy with 3 structure decks. So I respect that. I respect that. But yeah. Let us see how he's done a video on it. He's done a video, so I think we can just start with the video. Let's just start with the video, and then I hope he explains the cards. Let me see if they...
guys, as you know, the Traptrix Structure Deck is coming out, and I'm going to be actually experimenting and looking into this for my Balling for a Budget series. And, of course, I immediately went to Dueling Book to test this archetype out and build probably the best deck that I can with only 3 structure decks. Be on the lookout for the list soon. That will be on Team Samurai X1's channel.
It's a bit quiet.
So,
it's a bit quiet,
let me
but
go
I
into
still
the
don't have the
replay and show
freaking
you
voice
how
mixer
I'm able
thingy.
to
I might look
contend
into
and
that.
compete with the deck that just won the latest YCS, right? One of the best decks of the format, as people call it, with only 3 structure decks worth of cards.
So you're just gonna... I'm gonna turn down my mic a
$1,000
little
deck,
bit, and
okay?
then you can turn up
So let's
the
jump right into
video,
the replay
the
and
stream
see how I'm
volume
able to
overall.
win. I win the dice roll here, and I get Pudica, which allows me to search Orchid.
Volume
that allows
meter.
me to get an additional
All
normal
right,
summon.
I'll look into it. Thank you.
So I normal summon Mellow afterwards. Using my Mellow's effect to grab Traptrix Whole Nightmare, which triggers Sarah's
Wait, what happened?
Orchid. That an additional worth of cards, $30 worth of cards against a $1,000 deck. Okay, so let's jump right into the replay and see how I'm able to win. I win the dice roll here, and I get Pudica, which allows me to search.
All right, let me read those cards. Pudica. Unaffected by the effects of whole normal traps. You can only use each of the following effects of Traptrix Pudica once per turn. When this card is normal summoned, you can add Garden from your deck to your hand. If this card is special summoned, target a special summoned monster your opponent controls, banish it. Also, during the next standby phase, your opponents can special one of their banished monsters. Okay. Grabs Garden. And Garden is... Traptrix. Traptrix Garden. During your main phase, you can normal summon a Traptrix monster in addition to your normal summon or set. Alright, not bad. You can only gain this effect once per turn. The first time each insect or plant you control will be destroyed by battle each turn, it's not destroyed. You can banish a monster you control, special summon a Traptrix from hand or grave. You can only use this effect of Traptrix Garden once per turn. Is it actually called Traptrix? Surely not. Surely this is a misspelling? Surely it's not Traptrix. It is Traptrix? I mean, the picture says Traptrix or card. So it does have Traptrix in the name in the OCG, apparently. I don't know how to confirm this because I don't have a physical copy. Traptrix. It is called Traptrix Garden on like Card Market as well. So apparently it's just Traptrix. Well, okay.
Orchid that allows me to get an additional normal summon. So I normal summon Mellow afterwards. Using my Mellow's effect to grab Traptrix Whole Nightmare, which triggers Sarah's to set the newest card from the archetype. With
so Holotea is like Phantom Knight's Shade Brigandine, right? That card is Shade Brigandine, I feel like. Almost. Holotea. You can activate this card to turn it was set by discarding a normal trap card. Special summon this card in defense position as a normal monster. This card is not treated as a trap. You can banish this card from your grave, then target a Traptrix in your grave, special summon it. You can only use one Holotea effect that per turn and only once that turn. Ooh, that's nice. That's really nice because you can revive, like, most simple example with only the cards I've read so far. You can revive Pudica on the opponent's turn and then banish a special summoned monster your opponent controls. You can special summon Mermelio to pop a spell and trap. That's nice. Okay.
Holotea. This card is really good is because it can be activated at the turn it's set, which allows you to trigger your Sarah to get more value. So you can activate this card by discarding one normal trap. So I'm going to discard the Traptrix Whole Nightmare. And then I can trigger Sarah to summon a Dianeta from my deck and then use Dianeta to reset my Traptrix Whole Nightmare. I'm going to overlay...
this I think is also new. Pinguilica. Pinguicula. 2 level 4s. While this card has material, it's unaffected by trap effects and the activated effects of other monsters with the same type as this card's material. You can only use each of the following effects of Traptrix Pinguicula once per turn. You can detach one material from this card, add a Traptrix monster from your deck to your hand. If a monster owned by your opponent is sent to the grave or banished by a card effect, you can attach, ooh, okay, one of those monsters to this card as material. Okay.
The Mermelio and the Holotea, which is a level 4 monster, to make Pingu Kula, which is a new monster that's also out in the latest set, or the latest structure deck. And this card allows you to add any Traptrix monster from your deck to your hand by detaching material.
The tier lists are not done yet. We're doing that.
Kampa.
Arachnokampa. Is that also new? During the main phase, if you control the Traptrix monster, quick effect, you can special summon this card from your hand. Also, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except Insect Plant. Only use this effect once per turn. Unaffected the first time each set card. Hold up. Can't quite read it in the video. And then unaffected the first time each set card in your spell and trap zone would be destroyed by a card effect. Each turn it is not destroyed. Okay. Oh, so like this is also neat. If you have this in your first turn combo and you put it into the graveyard, if your opponent goes, let's say, Lightning Storm, I'm assuming you set up some back row. If they go Lightning Storm, you can chain Holotea in the graveyard to bring this back, and then it protects your shit.
And this is the new one as well. It's a quick effect special summon from the hand. And
Also, yeah, it's a quick effect summon, so it even works from hand. That's nice.
Second Earth from the extra deck for the rest of the turn. And it has a really cool effect which says that the first time each card in your
he's explaining it anyways.
Zone will be destroyed by card effect. It is not destroyed. So you're able to play around Lightning Storm and Duster pretty well with the archetype. So that's pretty nice. Okay, then I'm going to use the Orchid's effect to banish my Pingu Kula for cost to summon back a Traptrix monster from my hand or graveyard. The reason why I do this is because I want to remove the XCs from the field so that I can bring back a level 4 body so I can overlay with them. Since Pingu's already kind of like did what it needed to do. So that's like the main reason why I did that. So I'm going to summon right here the another Pudica. And then overlaid both for Rafflesia, set 2. And now I have this card in my hand that can summon during my opponent's main phase.
So that was a 2-card combo, right? Pudica plus, that was Pudica plus Myrmelia?
And then a Rafflesia. I also have a Holotea, which can banish itself from the graveyard to bring back Myrmelio to pop a back row as well. So pretty good. Let's see. So my opponent goes pot for 6. Didn't have anything crazy, but got talents. I'm like, sure, that's fine.
Traptrix, Floodgate Trap Hole seems insane versus
Then
Kashtira.
my opponent goes Special Unicorn. I'm going to Traptrix Hole, Floodgate Trap Hole it to book it. And then my opponent's going to try to go Birth. I'm going to activate Holotea to bring back the Myrmelio to pop the Birth.
That's crazy good against
the main reason why I do that, even though I know they have talents, is because Traptrix Hole Nightmare doesn't work on normal summon monsters. So I kind of wanted to pop the Birth. So it kills his extenders and then locks him with Unicorn. There I trigger Sarah to set another Holotea from the deck. And then my opponent goes Talents to take my Rafflesia. And they're going to try to go battle phase to attack. But I remind them that, like, why would you do this play? Help them out a little bit. Because it's at 300 attack, it just dies, right? So my opponent is just going to basically concede after realizing there's, like, no really good way to, like, win here. Because even if
you
they
can
like
tribute summon
Fenrir and then tribute summon for Fenrir, it's still not enough to like win the game. So they just concede. So now we'll go to game 2. So game 1 in the books. Floodgate Trap Holes are one of like a really good countermeasure to this type of deck. Here I open Godarla evenly match, but my opponent has full combo plus Solemn Judgment. So the game
why is there an
much
evenly
not
matched
gonna
in
go
your
my
opponent's
way.
deck, dude?
I need this evenly match to resolve basically. Yeah, they grab double judgment here, so it's gonna be really, really rough, to be quite honest. But you'll see that I attempt to try here. Low set 2, pass, summon Semi, I'm like, sure. I go Kaiju, normal summon, hopefully trying to bait a judgment here. Doesn't fall for the bait. And then here I just basically concede. So there are some good cards in the structure deck that helps you beat this board, like evenly match, Kaiju's, all that good stuff, but with judgment, it's like really, really difficult to be quite honest. And now we're gonna be going to game number 3. So I open a handful of Traptrix Engine, but it should be good. I go Pudica here to search Field Spell, which allows me to double normal. I link it off. Mantis effect will grab me the Aaron Kampa. That triggers Sarah to set the Holotea. I'm gonna play around Nib by summoning this now and overlaying for Rafflesia, so I can send the Gravediggers to play around Nibiru.
That's also
and then I activate
funny.
Holotea by pitching the Floodgate Trap Hole, and then triggering Sarah to summon Dionea. Dionea effect will then reset the Floodgate Trap Hole, so I don't lose any value there. And then I go Allure to pitch the Mantis to draw 2 more cards.
What is Delusion Trap Hole? Is Delusion Trap Hole also new? It might not be, but I've never seen it before. Gandhi, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the support. Terrifying Trap Hole Nightmare. If your opponent has special summoned a monster this turn, target a monster your opponent controls with 2,000 or more attack, destroy it. Then if you have a hold normal trap in your grave, banish a monster from your opponent's grave. You can only activate one per turn. That is a solid card, I'd say. It's not like insanely good, but it's alright.
Made a second Rafflesia because Rafflesia actually once per
helps.
turn per copy. But what I could
Not
have
bad.
done was actually search, make Pingu, Traptrix Pingu, and then use Pingu to search a Compa to play around a Lightning Storm or a Duster, which was probably a better play. But I mean, Rafflesia, even if they dust me, I still have 2 interruptions on Rafflesia, so it's still kind of fine. But yeah, technically 3 because Holotea can reborn back Pudica as well. And Pudica, when it's special summon, can target a face-up monster your opponent controls and then banish it, right? So I keep I set both my Floodgate Trap holes and keep this in my hand because you know, if I get Lightning Storm, at least like it's better to like get.
Wait, is
Rally and keep it.
Rafflesia not once per turn?
My opponent goes pot for 6 and rips Duster. That's fair. So they're gonna Duster me here for 3. It's not too bad, but
Once per copy, alright.
it is. I definitely do lose some interruptions there, but thankfully Rafflesia is a form of interruption, and having 2 is really nice because it's really hard to deal with. Like they can't just try to go battle phase attack Sarah. It's really difficult there. So you see me type in the chat that I could have played around Duster there. So it's important that you know,
I mean, it's
these are
just like
lines as you're play
Floodgate
testing.
Trap Hole just cooks
You know, you should
Kashtira. I
always
feel
be
like most
considering,
decks would
okay,
be able
what
to
could I
play
have done
through 2
differently? There are
Rafflesias,
things I
but
can do that would be really good here. Here my opponent special summons Unicorn, and I'm just gonna book it, and I think that's actually just gonna be game. There's really not much more they can do. And then on the next turn, I have like a lot of ways to just keep extending, and like push for like a lot of damage.
So I mean,
right?
it's a shame.
Like
It's
for
a shame
instance, at
so
the end
far.
phase, if they set any back row,
Pax
it's,
list.
like,
Oh,
totally
thank you. That's nice. All right, show me that. Well, okay, that's just 3 structure decks, I guess. But so we play Ash. We play 3 Arachnocampa, 2 Dionea, 3 Mantis. When discussed, normal summoned, add a Traptrix from deck to hand, unaffected by the effect of whole normal traps. You can target a set spell trap you control. Quick effect, target a set spell, return target to the hand, that you can set a spell trap from your hand. Murmelio, 2 Pudicas, 1 Vesiculo. I'm surprised there's 2 Pudicas. I felt like both times you open Pudica with another monster, that's really busted. 3 Raigeki, 3 Allure, 1 of the Garden. Bottomless, 2 Delusional, 3 Floodgate, 1 Gravediggers to play around the Biru. Holotea Nightmare. Okay. I mean, this is not supposed to be... It's not supposed to be a good list. It's just what they did for... What they did for the just play cards from the structure deck, right? That's why the extra deck is also like this. Oh, what's Traptrix, Adipus, and Cularia? This link summoned card is unaffected by trap effects. Traptrix monsters you control gain 1,000 attack while you have a normal trap in your grave. Once per turn, target face-up card your opponent controls up to the number of insect and plant monsters you control negate their effects. Then you can banish a normal trap from your grave, and if you do, destroy one of the face-up targeted cards. Okay, not bad, but not great. It's a link 3. And then we have Cularia. Unaffected by traps, you can only use each of the following effects once per turn. After you activate a whole normal trap, you can set it instead of sending it to the grave. Okay, that's nice for grinds. During the end phase, you can target a Traptrix in your grave, special summon it. Alright. Music is way too dank. Well, I'm gonna return to my normal audio now, so you're gonna have to turn down the stream because the pack video is over. I guess. Sarah is broken? I mean, Sarah is busted. Sarah is broken. I'm just trying to figure out, like... It's a shame because the video doesn't really showcase that much about the deck. Like, I will say one thing. This deck seems to be not this deck, this list, but like Traptrix overall seems to be well positioned in this format because Floodgate Trap Hole literally is almost unbeatable for Kashtira. And I say almost because it's a stretch. It's not unbeatable, but it's like really, really good. Floodgate Trap Hole. Can we have a link to the list? I can link you this one, yeah. Hold up. I think going first, this seems very solid. Watch one of the duels he had last night. Round 4 was a great duel. Send me the VOD. I'm down to look into it. So is there any one question? Is there any one card combo here? Like how good is Mermelio is probably a one card combo, right? Surely Mermelio is a one card combo. One, yeah, if you have a discard, of course. You need a discard. Yeah, I know. Mantis is the only one card combo. That's because it searches this. Arachnocampa. This one is structure deck only. It's at like 345. Okay, hold up.
It looks at my hand, right? Yeah. I have to win the die roll. That's the only chance. Ah, you got it. Nice. Alright, here you go. I'm gonna start. Yep, good luck.
Koala Man, thank you for the 10 months. I don't think the format is that bad. I really don't think so. Thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. Really do. Okay, well, I can beat that going second. Unless it's Labyrinth, then it might be fine.
I'll chain this to summon. Actually, no, I'm not gonna chain. Yeah, that's dumb.
Why did you... Why'd you just eclipse that?
Yeah, sure, that's fine. That's good.
Like, that was literally just like, normal summon that? I don't know what that is. I'm gonna eclipse that.
You're gonna hate me? Because you have the field spell like that. I have the field spell. You have the field spell like that. Alright, normal summon again, effect search.
That was also just very lucky, because I'm pretty sure that's a 1-of.
Oh my god.
Well, okay, I can beat that hand.
What's up? Yeah, go for it.
Yo!
What the hell?
The hell is that hand? Birth, Prep, Big Bang, Ash?
That's Ricky, bro. What do you want me to tell you, bro? How'd that deck win the YCS? Let's see. Even. Thank you. Yeah, I saw. Nah. Ah, sure. You're good.
All right, we've drawn a good card. We've drawn a good card in the $1,000 deck. Nice.
I don't have action. Oh man, they came in the structure, but luck's not on my side.
All right, Pack just opened Kaiju evenly. That's crazy.
Bro, 3 structure decks. I don't have div. Yeah, this is literally pure content. Yeah, sure. Oh, you're doing the actual combo. Nice.
The Sprite Duel was more epic.
It's fine. I'll pretend you did that first. And you'll
Which one was the Sprite Duel?
Sure, yeah. I'll just finish that first. You're good. Yep, you're good. Yep, you're good. Sure.
Round 3, and this is round 4, so the one before that. Let's finish this one.
You can't kill him with Psychic End on turn 1. What are you doing?
Yeah, yep.
Oh, they messed. They went for the lock 5 and they messed it up.
No, there's actually 3 strikes yesterday. Holy crap. You're ready for silence. Sir, one sir. And then block 1, and then trigger again.
I'm pretty sure they had the combo for locking 5 zones that we looked at earlier, and they just messed it up. Because they just went birth, revived the Scareclaw. You're not supposed to. They're supposed to make. They were supposed to make. Oh, they don't have the field spell actually. Maybe then they don't have it.
Yep. Raw. Is that my main? Oh yeah, semi-good. No, it doesn't. Yeah. Yep. I'll enter battle. Sure. End of battle. Evenly. Sure. Looks at my hand, right?
Wait, does preparation work here? I thought you needed Kashtira for that. Kashtira preparation. If your opponent activates a trap card or effect, you control a Kashtira monster, and this card is already face up. I don't think you get to do that.
Yeah, Utica is the one that has the field spell that lets me double summon. And then that one sends a trap card to summon itself in the hand, and when it's in the graveyard, it banishes itself to set back any back row. If I, yeah.
I'm pretty sure you were not supposed to be able to look at the hand here. Preparation summons from hand or banished, and of course only face up. Wait, hold up. Let me read Sarah again. I thought Sarah did something when you special the Traptrix, or was it? Am I tripping? Hold up. Traptrix Sarah. It's like when you activate a trap card. When you activate a normal trap, you can special a Traptrix from the deck. If the Traptrix monster effect is activated, you can set a whole normal trap directly from the deck. So why not like activate? Didn't he have the extender in hand that can special itself? And then gets another trap card if he summons it? When you activate the effect in hand? Or does it not activate? It said quick effect though. I don't know. Jirachi, thank you for the 2 months. I'm glad you're enjoying the content enough to support. That means a lot to me. Thank you.
I will set. Yes, because you read my hand, and then this one is Traptrix Nightmare. It's more like Storm Strike. Yeah. Battle phase attack for 8. End phase. Two. Pass. Yeah, that's good. Sure. Floodgate books your monster, and then you can change battle positions. No, it doesn't matter. Yep. The other ones are a 2,000 attack, and the other one is 1,500 attack for bottom.
Yeah, this game's just over. You just lose to Floodgate Trap Hole. It's so good against Kashtira.
And then new chain, you have any triggers? Okay, look at my hand. Chain 2 stairs, something from my deck.
Okay, you also cannot preparation here.
Now you look at my hand. Yep, that's it.
But it doesn't matter.
stand by me. Like both into.
Okay. Floodgate is a problem for a lot. I mean, it's not that good against Branded, for example. Right? Like, if you play against Branded, you just lose. I feel like. This day, unless you have Ash, of course, as always. But, like, against Branded, all the trap holes don't feel that great. Like, Traptrix Trap Hole Nightmare can be okay, but it gets countered completely by Brandon Lost. I don't know. Where's the Sprite game though? Is this the Sprite game? Yeah, okay, this is the Sprite game.
Can I see? Oh, angler, nice, sure, that's good. Sprite, jeez, okay.
Sunfish!
Sunfish, I like it. Yep, blue's good. Yep.
Sunfish spotted. Pog.
Sure. Nice, yep. That's good. Yeah. Yep, that's good.
Agent Buster. So far, I have no real issues with this, besides the way how you summon your, how you put your XYZ's material under your monsters. That's kind of cringe, but it's fine. Now we go Swap Frog. We make Sprint. Oh, we played 2 targets for this. That's nice. We have more targets. Wait. How do we only have 1 beaver left? How? Wait. What do you mean? Huh?
Stand by main.
What was that opener? Where is your toad if you play Swap Frog? You opened Foolish?
Let's make 2 cards.
Foolish, Blue Jet, Swap Frog in a list that has Nimble Sunfish in it. You went on that? There's no way. How? That's impossible. That's criminal.
Yep. I don't summon Aurelio. I'll use the effect to add a Traptrix, a whole normal trap from my deck to my hand. Yep. I'll take 500.
Why not just red Tribute Sprint so that it dies?
I will enter battle phase. I will attack over sprint. Yeah, 60. 62.
You should still be winning. There's no way you lose this. You cannot possibly.
I'll link this off into Traptrix Sarah. Activate Vestikulo, send my Traptrix Bolt to the graveyard to summon itself. Yeah, it activates to summon. Good. Activate the effect of Sarah to place a Traptrix trap hole from the deck. Yep. 2 in hand, right? Make another Sarah. Yeah.
This is a war crime.
Yep. Yep, sure.
Literally clicking buttons. I'm pretty sure you don't have to do shit about that, Sarah.
I will pass her to you. Yep. Actually, you probably have, yeah, you're good. You probably have Beaver in hand, right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because you only summon 2. Yeah, you're good. Beaver, right?
Now, if you don't have a beaver in hand,
Right, okay, sure. What the? Yo! Is that how you ripped? Jesus. What the hell? That was crazy. That was insane. Sure.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Yeah, I figured I knew this was your hand for sure because you only summoned one beaver and then the other one summoned one more, so. Damn. Yeah, you're good, you're good.
I mean, it's still a game. Please tell me you win, please. You cannot. It's not possible. Special Griffin, make gigantic. Summon blue jet starter.
Yep, that's good. Yep, that's good. Yeah, blue's good.
Can you use beaver? He didn't use beaver. He just summoned it without effect. That's why. 16, 29, 4K. This is game. This is exactly 4K, my man. This is 4K. 8K, I mean. Yeah, okay, thank you. Criminal gameplay. Also, I just realized the sub goal is probably not gonna work out because we are losing subs from a month ago and we are not gaining as many. So I'm just gonna, let me reset that real quick. Wait, where did they go? Sub. Manage goals. Sag, nah, it's fine. It's okay. It might. It doesn't look that bad. Thank you for the 5 months, Maddie Nubs. Appreciate you. Okay. That's not what I meant. That is not what I meant, but Nepian. Thank you for the 10. Maybe I shouldn't have adjusted the sub goal. But you know what that means. Thank you, Nepian. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the continued support. Let's do a funny number for the next one. Wait, what did we imperm? Oh, I'm pretty sure that's gotta be incorrect as well. That's gotta be incorrect. There's no way you imperm Pudica. Surely we imperm Sarah. Surely. Unless it's unaffected and I'm saying I'm being stupid right now. Or I thought it was just unaffected by normal trap cards. By normal hold trap cards. Traptrix, Sarah. Oh, they're unaffected by traps. Okay, never mind. Then do not imperm Sarah. You heard it here first. Do not imperm Sarah. Xenomorph, thank you for the 6 months. And Pure Chaos, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for spending the prime on the channel. Then I am actually fine with that imperm. Dragon Thought, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Do not imperm Sarah. Worst mistake of my life. Well, I mean, yeah. True, I did not know that either. For some reason I had, in my mind, it was like... In my mind, I was like, aren't all Traptrix unaffected by normal whole trap cards? But I think that's just the main deck monsters. Pack accepted the imperm? No, they actually did it correctly. They impermed the normal summon monster, which I guess in that case, that's the best thing you can do. Someone clip Josh saying, surely you imperm Sarah. Do not clip that. What stays in the... Look, if we look at a deck for the first time, it's fine. What happens in the look at a deck for the first time streams stays in the look at a deck for the first time streams, okay? Nicholas Cage, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. I will admit it, I was chatting. I was chatting for a bit there. I got caught chatting in 4K HD first time.
I'll pass on you. Yep. Yes, it can basically send for cost a hole trap whenever a hole trap meets its criteria, like activation criteria, and then it comes out effect. And then all my Traptrix monsters can't be destroyed by battle or targeted. Or can't be destroyed by card effect.
How do you solve the mirror? They have to be miserable. I don't think you have to worry about it. I'm gonna be honest. Traptrix might not be bad, but I don't think you have to be worried about playing a lot of mirror matches.
Yeah, battle's fine. Yeah. I will banish these.
Banish these.
Yep.
Surely we win this, Sprite player. Hello, we have evenly matched. Prosperity. Surely we're beating a structure deck after we evenly them down to 1 card and we have prosperity. Surely.
Yeah. Yep. Normal summon is good.
How do we?
Yeah, that's good.
This is so cursed. Why do we always go right? Why is this a deck?
Yeah, thank you.
Why is this a deck? Why is there... Oh my god. Normal summon Beaver no F is like the most cursed thing I've ever seen in my life. Tier lists are not done yet. We are still doing the tier list. No, don't worry. You haven't missed it. Graphone. Now we have to use Rafflesia for the delusional trap hole. Or, yeah, probably delusional trap hole.
I'll activate Holotea, summon back here.
Oh, we can also do that. Right, Holotea is nice for Pudika. Graphone. Chain Rafflesia for Traptrix Trap Hole Nightmare, I guess.
Attach and then send.
Traptrix Trap Hole Nightmare? Probably. Just to pop the negate Griffin. But yeah. And now we summon Sprite Blue and we win the game. Surely? Wait, he did have blue.
Yep, that's fine.
You had blue and you lost? How? Sunfish sweep. Brother in Christ, that's not possible. Now, what's the line? Okay, now, but seriously, like, depending on what you play, what could be the line here? I don't know what cards you had in hand, but you went blue, jet. You added starter. I'm not sure if starter was correct, but okay. We can go gigantic, special. I don't know what targets you play. but at the very minimum, you can go for Carrot. I feel like we want to go Onibimaru here to get rid of Rafflesia, because Rafflesia like needs to lose its material. If we don't get rid of Rafflesia's material, we're kind of screwed. You probably were supposed to add Smashers, honestly, instead of Starter. You were probably supposed to add Smashers. You were probably supposed to add Smashers so that you can banish the Rafflesia easily. And then you lose like your Beaver. Let's say you banish your Beaver. It doesn't really matter. But you also play Toad. You can definitely make Toad. Wait. Gigantic with Sprint and Sunfish. Summon Swap Frog. Send Swap Frog. Bounce. Yeah, you can make Toad. You can make Toad and banish the Rafflesia with Smashers here. And that also gives you a Beaver for follow-up. Okay, that's already wrong. Yeah, so the line was probably Jet, add Smashers. If they did add Smashers, then you make Gigantic with the Sprint. Summon Swap, Send Swap. Then you make Ahashima with well, you bounce Swap to hand, and then you make Ahashima with the 2 level 2s you have left. If you use the Sprint, you have 2 level 2s left. Make Ahashima, make Toad, and then you can use Smashers to banish either Ahashima or Gigantic to banish the Rafflesia, just to make sure it's gone. And then you have Toad against just the Pudica. I think that's fine. They did play Swap in game 1. They have Swap. Either they might have sided it out. Maybe we can see. No, we can't see while they look at the deck. But there was definitely Swap Frog in this deck. Okay, we did get Smashers, banish the Rafflesia. This is not very good, because you can just they like at the very minimum you had to get Carrot, because that can at least negate the whole Atea in the grave. But this is just cursed. Okay, please don't forget the Sprint bounce. Please don't forget the Sprint bounce. Please bounce with Sprint. Please bounce with Sprint. Please bounce with Sprint.
Activate the effect of this. Bring back. Oh, sorry. What's that? This? Oh, it's a quick effect. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. What are you doing?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine.
Also having more than one of like these fancy buildings.
Effect summons back. Effect attempt to banish your red. Normal summon. Dynea effect. Bring back Amelio. Amelio effect.
How did we get here? Sometimes I look at game states and I really just wonder, how did we get here? Like, how did this happen? How did we just even lead them for 3? Had a handoff, Rite of Aramesir, Nimble Beaver, Sprite Blue. And we're just here. Sometimes I don't understand.
I'm gonna make Almaris. I'll detach 2.
Our Traptrix legit? I'm hesitant to make a judgment on it yet. From how I feel like it's probably not going to be a top tier deck, and this might be of course it's a fast judgment, but you're asking me for a fast judgment. I feel like it's not going to be top tier, but it looks viable. And that's a good... I think that's as good as it gets for a new structure deck, honestly. I feel like the deck checks a couple of boxes for what makes a deck solid. Like, it's like, if the deck goes first, it's probably solid this format because Floodgate Trap Hole is really good against Kashtira. I don't really see this deck, even though it has a couple of lines now going second, I don't see this deck ever beating top tier decks consistently when it goes second. It probably has like... It probably has to rely on non-engine to do that, which, I mean, most decks going second do that. But overall, I think the combo lines, they seem fine. They're not like insane or anything, but it feels like a fine deck. It doesn't strike me as like, hey, this deck is top tier now. Like when I tried Labyrinth for the first time, for example, I was like, yeah, this deck has potential to be top tier. This deck is like, it's probably okay, honestly. It's probably okay. But I don't think it's like top deck material.
This is 22, kills your red. Dynamic kills your thing, you take your main phase 2. Oh, sorry, end of battle. Sure, I'll banish. Banish both my monsters.
Alright, we are out of resources. As Sprite.
I'll banish both my monsters, I'll pass turn you. Yep.
I'm pretty sure I never trash talk Labyrinth. You just say that because you know I don't remember.
I'll chain Mantis, toss it back to my hand.
Okay, so that's over. Okay, so before we move on, I want to do one more thing. And that is very quickly look at how would you play Labyrinth like if you're not doing triple structure deck action. You know what I mean? How would that look? How would that look? New deck, Traptrix. KH Flow, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying the content. Thank you so much. Traptrix. All right, so I assume Myrmelio is a 3 of because that feels very strong. I assume Mantis is a 3 of because it's a 1 card starter. That seems nice. You definitely play this, but the question is, do you play 3? Probably, because it's an extender. You could argue you could only play 1 or 2 because you can fetch it off of Mantis. You definitely play at least 1, so let me just collect that over here. Probably more than that. And then you play Sarah for sure. You play Rafflesia. Let me just throw in a couple of these first, and then we're gonna take out some later. You play 1 Garden. In my opinion, I feel like where is it? I feel like this card, to me, that feels like a 3 of. The Pudica. That to me feels like a 3 of because you can't really draw too many normal summons with this card because you just like if you draw this card, you get the field spell and that's just another normal summon. So like it's I feel like this card is nice. I mean, at the end of the day, maybe it's too many monsters, but that's fine. And then like you definitely need Dionea, but that feels like this one feels the one like you never want to really draw this. Unless, I mean, it's good. It's like fine with Pudica, but do you play more than 1 Dionea? I feel like that'd be a 1 of. I feel like that'd be a 1 of you want in your deck. But maybe you can play 2 if follow-up is a thing. Vesiculo. Send the trap you control, spare some this card from your hand. If you control no cards, you can banish this card from your grave. Target. Do you play this? This doesn't feel like you need to play it. Maybe you do, but like... Maybe 1 of? Maybe 1. Okay, that makes sense. What else is there? Nepenthes. I'm pretty sure it's not that great, right? If you activate a whole normal trap, except during damage, add to your hand or special summon from your deck, except Nepenthes, you can only use this. Do you play Nepenthes? I don't feel like you do. Genlycia, Atrax. I don't think you play that. Do you play this? Do you play this? Only if budget. I mean, yeah, you probably play Prosperity in this deck, honestly, and then you can't play this. What about Atrax? You can activate normal from your hand. Activation. I don't think you need this. 3 Merm, 3 Pudica, 3 Mantis, 2 Arachno, 2 Dionea, 1 Vesiculo. That sounds about right. I think this is the minimum you need. These 11, I would say, are the minimum. I would be inclined to play more of this just because it's an extender. So you can like play 2 to 3 of this. Maybe play 1 of this because it's an extender, and then maybe play a second one. If like this is the maximum, basically. This is the maximum, 15, and 11 is the minimum. And then you probably play 3 Holotea. Trap hole. I would think. Do you even play like these trap holes as like 3 ofs, or do you more so play them as like 1 of options for the thingy? What are other cards? Parallel Exceed? You probably play Parallel Exceed, right? You probably play Parallel Exceed. You probably play Prosperity. You probably play... Do you still play Brigandine? Is this still good? I mean, you have this now, but do you still play it? I feel like it's still good. I mean, it's still a level 4 extender that makes these. And then you can, worst case, you can discard it for Holotea. I feel like it's okay. I feel like it's worth trying. Maybe not staple, but... And then what do we have, like, down here? Do we play 2... We surely play 2 Floodgates, 8 Gravediggers. Traptrix, Trap-Hole Nightmare seems good, but not sure if you play multiples. Traptrick? Why should I play Traptrick? Like... Why do I play Traptrick? Only because it's a Traptrix deck, you want to play Traptrick? I don't really see the reason to play Traptrick in this one. Only because they sound kind of similar is not the reason. 3-0 at locals right now with this. Trust? Hold up. Regulus? Wait, where's the Regulus? Oh, you make Merrymaker. Okay. 1 Floodgate, 2 Gravediggers, Holotea. Is there like... I have another spaced up idea. Like, what if... Is there a good trap card that you can discard for Holotea that has like a cool graveyard effect? Because I feel like you go for Holotea in all of your combos. Is there like a nice trap card that we can discard for +1? Big Welcome, Naturia Sacred Tree. I don't know. Naturia Tree, I mean, I guess you could, but the Naturia engine is just a bunch of more normal summons. I don't think that's a good idea. Wouldn't Big Welcome with Lady be quite good in this? Big Welcome with Lady. I don't know, actually. Let's play evenly for going second. Because worst case, it's a discard for Holotea. I think that's solid theory. I think we can play 1, honestly. That feels fine. And then we have 2 more play sets up. I'm Golgrim. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Fiend lock. Big Welcome does not lock you into Fiends. Imperm Ash. I guess for this format, it would make sense. Imperm Ash. I mean, this looks like it makes sense, I feel like. I was tired of ads? Okay, well, I mean, as it happens, thank you for the support. Appreciate you. That feels fine. So what's the combos like? I guess can you ever make Redoor, or does anything lock you? Redoor, Zeus. I mean, hold up. Let me check out the combos very quickly before we make like anything else happen. So first combo already is not very good, I feel like. But I guess it would work, right? We would normal summon this. Then we would make Sarah. It's still good. It's still full combo, but it's like it's not the best way to do it. So this is normal trap card is activated, special summon a Traptrix from your deck. So what do we normally special with this? Normally it's Dianea because it revives, right? Because when this is special summon, it just pops. When this is special summon, it does nothing. When Pudikai is special summoned, it does also nothing. I guess we can summon Myrmelio just to trigger it. Right? Because then we get a trap. You could set a normal. But couldn't we also just do the same with couldn't we do the same with Dianea? Because this was also activate, right? It's not mandatory? Yeah, but I can activate it right now. Oh, wait, no. It doesn't. I thought it revived on special summon. Never mind. I thought I mixed up the two effects. I thought it revived on special summon. Okay, then you're right. So this triggers because it's mandatory, and then Sarah sets a normal trap from your deck, which would that be Holotea here? It would be Holotea, right? You have Arachno in hand to trigger Sarah? I do, but like I was more so thinking in theory. Now you make Redoor before you are locked. What locks me again? What locks me? This thing? No. Oh, the Arachno special. Ah, okay, yeah, makes sense. So this makes Redoor. It does play into Nib right now, but that's fine. Not to have the optimal way. So we do this. Discard evenly. Special. Special. And then just what? Make Rafflesia? So we have like, I mean, the thing is our hand wasn't that good, I feel like. We didn't have any of the good starters, but it's still like decent, I guess. Now this hand on the other hand is probably much better. We're gonna pros for 6. Pop, 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 pop. Probably take Parallel Exceed. That feels like it's good. And then you go Merm. Grabs, what's it called? Holotea. You make Sarah, trigger Parallel Exceed. Do we just go Parallel Exceed into Rafflesia just to make sure we don't lose to Nib or something like that? Is that immediately what we do first? Like, just make the Rafflesia for free, and now that's the 5th summon. And we can, like, Gravedigger's Traphold the Nibiru if they play it. And then we just continue playing with this, right? Like that. So Holotea summons itself. Sarah triggers. We can extend from here. Yeah, we can still play more. And then, like... You can't send... can you send Holotea with Rafflesia? Theoretically, you can't, right? No, okay. So Holotea summons itself. It's sad that we never have... If we had a discard for... If we had a trap hold discard for Holotea, it'd be a lot better, right? Because we could immediately reset it. Like, if we had a discard... If we had a trap hold discard instead of evenly, we would be able to summon Dianea and reset it. You could have one in this line? Could I have had one? If you search for it earlier and then you search Holotea with Sarah. But then... How do I trigger Sarah to special if I don't have Holotea? Means you need to play more trap holes? Maybe? I mean, it's not that bad still. Like, it's still an okay combo here. Because we're gonna go... Now we're gonna go special Myrmelio. That triggers... And that triggers Sarah. And then Sarah gets us, I don't know, Floodgate Trap Hole. And we can still make Redoer, right? We're not locked because we didn't special from hand. So it's still like it's a solid field, I will say. And like on the opponent's turn, it floats even more, right? Because if you activate one of these, why make Redoer instead of Pingu? What does Pingu do again? Detach to add a Traptrix from deck to hand. If a monster that is owned by your opponent is sent to the grave or banished by card effect, you can attach one of them. I mean, yeah, you could also play this. You could also play Pingu. You could make Pingu instead of Redoer if you think it's better. I don't know what's better blind. They're both pretty good. They're both fine. Pingu is good versus Flunder and Despia. Pingu is good versus Despia, because if they go Branded Fusion, you can like take one of the materials and attach it, and then they can't use it for fusion. Like you can attach the Albaz. So it's not bad. Is there room for Torrential? The thing is, I don't think this deck or decks like these in general should play cards like Torrential too much. Like, if you go second, your deck is already kind of weak, and if you go first, your deck is already kind of good. And Torrential just adds to that problem, I feel like. Honestly, I think this deck is not bad. I don't think it's great, like completely amazing, but it also looks very budget friendly. Like, of course, now I put Prosperity in, which isn't cheap, and you're gonna need a Zeus, I would say. But like, besides that, I think it's relatively cheap, and it doesn't feel terrible. How much is Redoer? Redoer is a common. Redoer is not worth anything. But you'd probably play 3 Sarah, 2 Rafflesia. Do you need more of one of each of these? I feel like you don't. So you play like 2 Zeus. If you wanna respect Kashtira going second. Exiton seems like it's a good card. That's true. Maybe because of Diablosis, you play 2 Pingui Kula. I don't know. And Baguska, yeah, Baguska Dweller probably. Baguska. Let's keep it more budget friendly and play 1 Zeus, because I mean you have Exiton and Zeus anyways, So it should be okay. That feels alright. I'm not too excited for like what we've seen from like this deck. I'm not super excited. But I also don't think it's bad. Like I'm also not disappointed. Is the right way to say it, I suppose. Like I'm not like super impressed, but I'm also not disappointed. I feel like it's just an okay deck from now on. I don't see it ever being like the best deck, but I also think it's fine. How would you say it compares to Labyrinth? I think Labyrinth is better than this deck for sure, because Labyrinth does a lot more with less investment. Like 1 or 2 cards in Labyrinth is much more solid than this. Labyrinth, I feel like, has better grind game. It's just like, it feels a little bit like this deck tries to do a combo style approach to a trap deck, while Labyrinth has better synergy with traps in general. Because this deck tries to make a trap deck a combo deck, which is kind of weird, but it kind of works. And Labyrinth makes the trap deck a trap deck. Like it's a good trap deck now. And that's, I think, a more synergistic approach. But for what this deck costs in comparison to Labyrinth, like that's pretty cool. Like if you disregard the prosperities, this deck is basically still almost the 3 structure decks in terms of what it costs. So like, yeah, I think Lab does it better, but if you're looking for like a deck that looks kind of fun, doesn't really play floodgates, and is budget, this deck looks good, honestly. Looks like a very good budget option situation here. I think that's fine. I'm about to build either Sword Soul or Sprite. What do you think will perform the best for the longest time? I don't know. I think Sprite is better right now. I'm not a huge fan of Sword Soul. Like, I don't hate Sword Soul either. I think both are not bad investments, but I think Sprite is cooler, personally, and also a little bit better. Well, yeah. Can you put this in the cord? Yeah, I can. Hold up. Obviously, this is not very well tested, so take it with a grain of salt. I'll just put it in the chat right now so you can save it. What do you think about Punk Sword Soul? I don't really see the synergy. I don't really see the synergy between Punk and Sword Soul. Which variant of Sprite would you recommend? I recommend you checking out the VOD from yesterday, because we did a lot of Sprite gameplay yesterday and testing with different versions. I think there's 3 versions of Sprite right now that are worth considering. That's Runic Sprite, Live Twin Sprite, and Pure Sprite. And I think that currently the best version out there is Twin Sprite, but I think that that's only because the other versions have not been explored yet. Like when we tried out the other versions yesterday, I felt like Live Twin Sprite has already almost been solved, pretty much. Like Live Twin Sprite has already, there's a list for Live Twin Sprite out there. That's fine. There's not too much to be done about it. You're just gonna play a bunch of twins, a bunch of sprites, and then some non-engine, and there's nothing else you can do. There's no breakthrough invention that you can make for Live Twin Sprite. It's always gonna be the deck that it is right now. So there's not much potential anymore. And so with other Sprite versions, that's not the case. I think it's simply because they are harder to build, they are harder to innovate on. I think that's why they might come out on top after a while. But for now, I think Live Twin Sprite is solid. But I don't think Live Twin Sprite is the best overall. This is TCG, of course. In Master Duel, it's Runic Sprite, not even close. In Master Duel, it's Runic Sprite, and it's not even close. The problem that Live Twin Sprite has, quite frankly, it's very simple. Live Twin Sprite, as a deck, performs the best if you draw specifically 1 Live Twin card, 1 Sprite monster, and 3 non-engine. Every hand that does that is insanely strong. Every hand that doesn't do that is kind of weak because some hands have like no twin card, and that's whack. Some hands have no sprite card, and that's also very bad. Some hands have sprites and twins, but then sometimes you end up drawing like 3 sprite cards, and then you suddenly don't have non-engine. Or you draw 3 twins, and then you have like too many normal summons, or even 2 twins is already not ideal. So it's really like, if your deck draws solid like combinations, which it often does, which is why it's a good deck. But if you don't draw the right combination in terms of like 1 sprite, 1 twin, and then a couple of non-engine, then your deck feels kind of mediocre, and that's the problem with it. And I think that's where other sprite variations can like overcome the deck, because as the runic sprite deck doesn't really have that problem. If you find a solid concept for runic sprite, it's going to be always very consistent, because you're not gonna like, you don't mind drawing too many runics, you don't mind drawing like 1 or 2, maybe sometimes you can even draw 0 sprites because you can get to gigantic without them and just summon them out, and that's fine. So I think there's more potential in that regard. Isn't this tier list discussion? No, this is not tier list discussion, but we will do that next, I suppose. Is Ninja a thing in this meta for you? Ninja probably goes in a similar vein than like Traptrix. I feel like I don't think it's much better or much worse than that. Like it's fun, but I don't think it's top tier. Like I really don't think so. It might be a fun budget option, but I really don't think, I wasn't impressed by what I saw. There's like very often I will try out a deck. Very often you'll try out a deck, or I will try out a deck, and then I will be like, this is not really impressive, but it's also not disappointing, right? And that's what I have with ninjas. I'm like, I looked at the combos that the deck has. I looked at some of the things it does. I don't hate it, but I also don't think it's like insane. And the same is Traptrix. I feel like Traptrix goes the same way, where I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a fancy 1 to 2 card combos you have there. You have like decent room for non-engine. It's okay, but it's also not like crazy. Too fair, I guess. I mean, too fair is not the right word. It's because sometimes these decks aren't fair. Like sometimes it's still really good, you know, but it's just like there's a lot of decks that just aren't top tier material, because we get so many different archetypes, we get so many different decks every year. Like some of them just are not top tier material. They are playable, but they're just not that great. Do you think Striker has a place in this meta? I think Striker compares very poorly to the current metagame. Like, I think Striker just does not really perform well anymore into the decks from 2023. Like, the Striker engine was very good when it released in comparison to what we had back then. I think nowadays, it's just too hard. It's just too hard to grind over multiple turns with the current decks, because like that used to be Striker's thing, right? Striker in 2018 when it released was like the grind game deck. There was no deck in the game that could outgrind Striker, and that's not even true anymore. Engage can go back to 2 to 3. I think it could. I think if we had 3 Engage right now, people would maybe use it for like spamming Hornet drones in other decks, but I don't think it would make pure Sky Striker the best deck in the game or anything. I think it'd be fine, actually. Like I think it'd be low-key just okay. Anyways, that being said, let us get into the tier lists. Let us get into the tier lists, Pog. Once again, you guys have you guys decide what we do first. What first? Hand traps or board breakers? Y'all can decide what we do first. I don't mind either way. We will do both anyways, as always. We will do both anyways, just in case you're interested in one more than the other. You can vote now, and we'll do that one first. Mr. Gibba, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that, and enjoy your new sub badge for the 6 months. You can also try to get it to 50-50. That'd be funny if you did exactly 50-50. Same number of votes. Wouldn't that be hilarious? I'm rigging. Why not both? You get both. Ah, we're almost there. Oh, now we're there. Now we're there. Now we're there. Stop the count. No, we need... Okay, stop the count. What do we think? Do we think we get it to exactly the same number by the end of it? Or does someone troll us at the very last second? Try to keep it equal. Try to keep it equal. Surely we can do it. Someone's gonna troll at the very last second. I already know it. There's always that one person. There's probably always that one person that just like throws it off. I mean, now we're 5 away. Now we're 5. Okay, now we're back. All right. Okay. We need 5 more. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, that was so close. Well, you failed, chat. You failed. You failed. It's fine. Anyways. NKLLA, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate you. And Georges, thank you for the 2 months as well. Welcome back. Appreciate the continued support very much. Thank you. All right. Well then. Mr. Zoomball, thank you for the 6 months. We tried. It's fine. That counts. That counts. That is worth a ton. Trying, even though if you fail, is worth a lot in life. All right. Welcome, YouTube, back to the channel. This is going to be a hand trap tier list. Chat voted. The Twitch chat voted. We're going to do the hand trap tier list first. Before we hop right in, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. That would mean a lot to me. Thank you in advance for watching and subscribing. And without further ado, we are going to discuss hand traps today for the upcoming format. Leo Ganda and Invenom, thank you guys for the primes. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. All right. Hand trap tier list. I will say one thing before we hop into ranking the individual hand traps on how I feel about hand traps in general this format. I think hand traps get a decent push in quality from last format going into this format because hand traps were, quite frankly, very, very inefficient last format. They were very, very inefficient last format, and they become better this format. Basically, last format, the only hand traps you could really play were like Nibiru, not Nibiru, no, scratch that. Last format, the only hand traps you could really play were like Bistials. And maybe you would see an Imperm and a Nibiru sometimes. But for the most part, that was it. And that was mostly because, of course, yeah, Shifter, but like Shifter was a special case. But generally, Tierlist was such an efficient deck. Tierlist was such an efficient deck that hand traps didn't really feel that great against it. And now Kashtira is still a very efficient deck, but hand traps are a little bit better against it. Now, of course, we've heard a lot of talk about like Kashtira is like probably the deck to beat moving forward. So that's what we're going to evaluate these hand traps by. How good are they against Kashtira? Bonus points if it also covers Labyrinth, Branded Despia, Sprite, those types of decks, which are kind of like the top 3 to 4 decks right now. So deck to beat, probably Kashtira, but not only that. Not only Kashtira is the deck to beat. And hand traps are solid against those decks. I think overall they're like in an okay position. Board breakers are also pretty strong though. Board breakers are also pretty good. So keep that in mind. Hand traps are not bad this format, but board breakers are also a very strong contender for these non-engine slots in your deck. And now you might want to mix it up, like some board breakers and some hand traps, which we're also going to talk about board breakers in a separate tier list. As always, you're gonna find that probably one day after this one on YouTube or 2 days after. So make sure once again you're subscribed if you don't want to miss that one either. But anyways, I've been talking a lot. Let's get into it. I've kept the categories the same. I think I like these categories. I think I'm gonna do these like that from now on. Let us start with a hand trap that I think is just strong right now. Probably one of the most played hand traps at the recent YCS. Ash Blossom is, I'm gonna say it. Ash Blossom is back. It feels weird to say because it never really felt like Ash Blossom was gone, but Ash Blossom is pretty good now because of like the branded matchup. Like it negates branded fusion, and that's pretty freaking broken. Like branded does almost nothing if you negate branded fusion, and pair that with the fact that it's just a solid card in all of the other matchups. Like it's not insane against the other decks, but it's good. Like ashing Theosis is solid. Sometimes ashing the field spell is also very good. Ashing any of the Welcome Labyrinth traps is also good. It's all right against Sprite. Like ashing Gigantic sometimes works. Ashing Starter is good. It's just overall a solid card now, I think. Like your deck might want to play board breakers instead if you're like really confident on your like board breaking capabilities without any hand traps, maybe. But overall, I think Ash is just in a very solid spot right now. I think that's pretty good. Ghost Bell is a card that I'm gonna throw into the okay to side category because from my current standpoint, the card only feels good in one particular matchup, and that's branded. And the only reason why I would like to play Bell over other cards in that matchup is if I'm afraid of let's say the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare combo. That's annoying. Actually, Bell is also okay against Labyrinth because you can Bell the big Welcome Labyrinth. You cannot Bell the other Welcome Labyrinth, which is why it's a decent bit worse than Ash Blossom, but it can hit the big Welcome Labyrinth. So maybe if you want a card that specifically prevents like branded Expulsion locks or branded in red and it negates big Welcome Labyrinth, then maybe Ash is actually a strong side deck card in that case. It overlaps for those two matchups. That's okay. It can work against Runic. However, I'm not a huge fan of belling Runic Fountain because if they have another Runic spell, all the spells stay in the graveyard, and they can just do it again next turn, which is the problem with Ash and Bell in the Runic matchup. But like, it can still be crucial in good spots if they don't have another Runic spell, or if you can end the game on that turn. It's okay. But overall, I think Bell is a solid card. Like, don't mistake in this category for like Bell isn't good. Bell is definitely solid if for the purposes that it does. Bystials, in my opinion, are not very good in the main deck anymore because Tearlament is gone and they are not good against Kashtira and they are not that good in some of the other matchups. But I think people underestimate Bystials a little bit in terms of like, I was looking at the deck lists from the recent YCS and I saw almost no Bystials. The only decks I saw play Bystials was, I think, the branded Bystial decks that wanted to play Bystials because of their engine. I think Bystials are going to return to the side decks at some point. I think they are still very, very good cards in the matchups where you can use them. Like, for example, against Sprite going second, I think Bystials are incredibly strong, specifically Magnum, with just like putting big bodies onto the field that even create card advantage while doing so is like, that's very good. I think Bystials are very good in the side deck. They also are a very good solution to Branded. They can stop Branded in red. They can stop Branded Expulsion if they leave the stuff in the graveyard. But even if they go for a line where they banish the targets from the graveyard, which is the normal way how Branded can play around Bell, for example, is by using Expulsion to summon the targets from the banished pile, in which case you cannot Bell the card. If they do that and you have a Bestial, they also kind of play around the Bestial, but you can just Bestial the Albion, and then they cannot search the Expulsion. So I think Bestials are very solid cards against Branded. They also have their usage against Labyrinth in the grind games if you get there. If you get Floodgated, they don't help you, but if you get into a grind game against Labyrinth, they can help you, because sometimes they summon stuff back from the graveyard, like the big lady. Like they are not bad if they can like get a +1 out of the whole thing. And they are also, I think, very good against Sprite. Like, you cannot prevent Elf with it anymore, but they are still just big bodies, and Sprite has a problem with big bodies that float. They do play into thrusting, but I don't know how popular thrusting is going to be. It doesn't feel like going first. A lot of people will side deck that card. Like, it doesn't feel like that popular of a card, especially for going first. So yeah, that's that. Cherries, as always, hops into the experimental category. Not much to say about Cherries. It's like, it seems like there's just always these days this one random tool in decks that stops Cherry from being good. Like, for Tierlements, it was the fact that Tierlement's Crime could randomly get back the Tierlement Kid Kalos from their banished pile, and that was annoying. For Branded, it's the fact that they can fuse from the banished pile by they can recycle with Lubellion. That's the thing. For Kashtira, if they manage to banish a Theosis, they can just add back whatever you banish from Cherries. So like, each of these top decks right now, or most of the top decks, have like that one random niche interaction that invalidate Cherries sometimes. And so that's why I think Cherries isn't that great overall. Of course, you can experiment with it, and maybe you can catch some people off guard. But overall, because both Branded and Kashtira have ways to play around it, I don't have that great hopes for Cherries. DD Crow, it's funny how cantraps that were just so solid last format just suddenly look so mediocre. The only matchup I can really see for DD Crow is Branded, because it can prevent Branded in red or Branded Expulsion. But I think in both of those cases, Bestials just do it better. Honestly, I think in every scenario I can think of, Bestials just do it better. I think I don't see a reason to play Crow over Bestials right now. The only thing that it can do is like banish runic spells, but that's very, very mediocre. So I'm not a huge fan of Crow right now. In theory, like, it's not the worst card in the world against Labyrinth, but it's also not that impactful, you know. So I'm not sure about Crow. Droll and Lockbird is probably an okay card that is always like, Droll and Lockbird, I feel like often falls into this category where it, in certain matchups, it's a very high risk, high reward kind of card, because you could just, like, Kashtira searches a lot of cards, and Branded sometimes also does. The problem is that sometimes you Lockbird them, and then they simply weren't going to search much anyways afterwards, because they went like, let's say they went like Unicorn, and then they add Birth, and then dropping the Lockbird right there triggers the Unicorn, and all it does is like stop them from searching one card with Fenrir or something, because that was all they were going to search for the rest of the turn. And sometimes they start with like Prosperity Grab Field Spell, and you go Lockbird, and their entire hand is dead. So like, Lockbird is always that high risk, high reward kind of card, but if it works out, it can be really strong against Kashtira. Like, some Kashtira hands after Lockbird just pass. And the same goes for Branded. Some people just go like normal summon, Aluber, grab Branded Fusion, and then you Lockbird them, and it doesn't really annoy them anyways, because they were just going to activate Branded Fusion and pass after. And sometimes they go for like Allure, Banish Tragedy, activate Tragedy, you chain Lockbird, and the game is just like over, because they don't have Branded Fusion yet, and they can't search, and they have like a dead Patchwork in hand or whatever. So like, overall, Lockbird is okay if you like that kind of card, like high risk, high reward. And definitely has its purposes against the current metagame. Gamma, I think, is not bad, but it's had better times overall. Like, Gamma seems okay to side deck against like Kashtira and Sprite. Not that good against Labyrinth. It's not that good against Branded, even though, I mean, sometimes you just hit Alubra and hope they don't have Branded Fusion. But I think it's fine to side that Gamma. I don't really think I would main that Gamma. Oh yeah, Contact C. You are right in chat. I forgot Contact C. Editor, do your magic and put Contact C in the, I'm gonna say also okay to side category. Contact C seems like it's solid against Branded and also solid against Kashtira, but it has a lot of ifs attached. It has a lot of ifs attached to it. It saw a lot of play in Vegas, and I honestly don't agree with the high play rate that it saw. Like, I don't think it's that good. For example, we saw not that much Lancea seeing play, and that card I think is very strong. So I don't know. I think people played it a lot more than they should have. They were like trying to like try it out or catch people off guard. But I think I saw a lot of the Branded players that were successful had answers to Contact C because they played the Sprint, for example. So it will never lock out people completely. And the same goes for Kashtira. Very often you can Contact C them and then they can maybe still tribute over it or something. It's annoying for them, so like it'll always do something. But it will not, I don't think it will auto win you the game very often. So I think it's an okay side card. I think you could definitely go for it. This thing, I'm gonna put in experimental, but I think I've thought about this morning. I think this card is actually quite strong against Kashtira, isn't it? It's like Hiding C is kind of okay against Kashtira, the more I think about it. Because they don't have a way to get rid of it. Well, no, actually they have a Rise Heart. Never mind, scratch that. It's terrible. Yeah, they just a Rise Heart. I thought about Fenrir. I was like, Fenrir, okay, scratch that. Hold up. We'll redo it. That's the beauty of editing. I forgot about a Rise Heart. Okay, Hiding C. I just thought for a second that had potential against Kashtira, but then chat reminded me that just a Rise Heart just banishes it. So I was like, yeah, Fenrir can't banish it, and so it outs the board, but no, they have a Rise Heart. They'll just banish it. So it'll just bait the Rise Heart banish, but they probably still have 3 materials for next turn. So nah, this card's unfortunately not very good. Chaos Hunter, I guess, is like I guess Lancea and Chaos Hunter go into like the same vein, kind of, where like Chaos Hunter against Kashtira is okay because it stops them from banishing. It's a little risky because it's a level 7. Like, if this card was level 6 or level 8, it would be a lot better because it wouldn't risk like, oh, they might have talents and just take it and XYZ summon with it, and that's awful for me. So like with level 7, you kind of lose to talents or thrusting into talents. But other than that, it's quite solid. I don't know if it's better than Lancea though. But you can try it. Lancea is the first one I'm going to throw in strong to side because it's just like, I think this card is very underestimated against Kashtira. Which is weird because a lot of people played it last format, and then everyone is changing to other hand traps. But I'm not sure if I agree. I think Lancea is pretty solid overall because it just like, there's cards like Nibiru, which we're gonna talk about Nibiru in a bit. Nibiru is good against Kashtira if they play into it, and like other board breakers are good into Kashtira if they play into that specific board breaker. Like, for example, I don't know, Book of Eclipse, if they don't have Lance, is very good. If they don't lock all your spell and trap zones, it's really good. There's really no if attached to Lancea, and that's what I like about it. Lancea will always do what it does. It will always stop their turn. Like, they cannot possibly make they cannot possibly make a zone lock happen under Artifact Lancea. They cannot touch your extra deck under Artifact Lancea. They cannot do this or that. They cannot use Rise Heart under Lancea. They simply can't. So, like, Lancea is a very consistent hand trap. And that's what I like about it. That's what I really like about it. It's very consistent. It's not as amazing, of course, as Nibiru if it works. Like, if Nibiru works, it feels amazing. Like, adrenaline out of the wazoo. But Lancia is very consistent, and I like that. I think that's worth something. Speaking of consistent hand traps, Ash's Imperm is pretty good. I think it's worse than Ash now because of Branded in the format. But Imperm, specifically against Kashtira, is not exactly the same as Lancia, but it has the same dynamic where it's just always going to do something. It's never terrible. It's just a very consistent hand trap. It's a very consistent hand trap that will always do something against Branded, against Kashtira. It's worth noting that Branded can now sometimes outplay Imperm because Cartesia can dodge it as a quick effect. So that's something, but I still think overall Imperm is solid. Also, you can, like, in every matchup right now, you can probably keep Imperm in your hand if you don't find a good spot to use it because your opponent plays around it. You can always keep Imperm in your hand until your turn and use it on your turn efficiently. Negate the Arise Heart, negate the Mirror Jade, negate one of the Sprite end board cards because there's no Elf anymore. Whatever they end on, you can Imperm. Like, you can Imperm IP in the draw phase, you can Imperm Ginbuster, Imperm Red, Imperm Carrot to bait it. It's a solid card. Also, because I see it now in chat, the amount of people. Last time I freaking posted a hand trap tier list. The amount of people that asked me, where is Kurikara? Makes me really question, like, it's not a hand trap. Kurikara is not a hand trap. Kurikara will be in the board breaker tier list. Anyways, moving on. Mourner, I guess Mourner and Veiler after Imperm. I've seen, for example, I saw one list that played Mourner in the main deck. I think it was Raphael Nevin at YCS Vegas. He just played a lot. He played a lot of hand traps, no board breakers. Maybe because he was afraid of getting zone locked out of using the board breakers. I think it's fine. I don't hate Mourner and Veiler this format. It's just in comparison to Ash and Imperm, they feel really mid. Like, I'm happy about Ash and Imperm in my deck. If I, like, maybe I want to play board breakers instead, but I'm not unhappy if I'm playing Ash and Imperm. Mourner and Veiler, I feel like, are a little bit more situational and a little bit more, like, mediocre a lot of the time. So I think if you want to go for a full hand trap approach, go for it. And then you probably want Mourner and Veiler. But overall, I'm not convinced that that's the way to go. Like, personally, I much prefer, like, a healthy mix of non-engine right now. If I have, like, Ash and Imperm, maybe Nibiru, and then I pair that up with a couple of board breakers. I think that's a better approach than going full-on hand traps. Paulo, cover your ears, Paulo. Don't listen. But I think full hand traps, like 15, 18 hand traps, isn't that great. So, yeah. But, like, if you want to do that, then these would probably be solid. Nibiru is at the very minimum here, but I want to say it's strong to main deck Nibiru because... So my theory is that... My theory is that the top decks, Kashtira, Sprite, and Branded... Well, Branded and Kashtira more so than Sprite considered top decks right now. Those decks can play around Nibiru. But if they do that, their board gets significantly worse. You know what I mean? Like, if I play against Kashtira and I have Nibiru in my hand, the worst case scenario is I'm going to have to face an Arise Heart. And I can maybe deal with that with the other 5 cards in my hand. What I can't deal with is if they go for the full combo, lock all my zones and whatnot. I probably can't deal with that. And so Nibiru is kind of like a... You hedge your bets, right, in the main deck. Like, if they play around Nib, then their board is weaker. If they don't play around Nib, you have the chance of really punishing them. And that's what I like Nib for. I think it's fine to main deck Nibiru in this upcoming format. I think it also depends a little bit on how the numbers shift. Because, of course, Sprite, for example, if that deck ever comes back at more power, like currently it's not seeing that much play, I feel like, which I'm personally disappointed by, but it might just be... Maybe people haven't found the right version yet. Maybe it's just not as good. We'll have to see. But Sprite is one of the decks that plays around Nibiru very efficiently because of Gigantic and Red. So if that's the case, if there's more Sprite, then you don't want to play Nibiru. It also depends a little bit on what kind of branded combos people do, because there is certain branded combos that play into Nibiru. There's also certain branded combos that don't play into Nibiru. I think Nibiru will, throughout the course of this metagame, like fade in and out of deck lists every once in a while, and you just have to make the right call. Are people playing into it right now? Then I should probably have it. Are people not playing into it right now? Then I should probably not have it. It's not a simple answer as to, yeah, it's always going to be strong. Or because if everyone plays Nibiru, people are not going to play into Nibiru anymore. But yeah, it's kind of the dynamic of Nibiru. Ghost Ogre. Ghost Ogre isn't awful, I think. But it's also not that good, I think. Like, it's like not good against Labyrinth. Not that good against Branded. Against Kashtira, there is spots for it, but they're not very good spots. Like, I don't know, hitting a Rise Heart, so they lose a level 7 hit. Nah, I don't like it. It's probably not very good. It's probably not very good. Actually, the more I think about it, I don't think there's very good spots for it in the top decks right now, unfortunately. Shifter will be a side deck card in this format. I'm telling you right now, I don't think Shifter has a lot of purpose in the main deck. Because Kashtira is part of the format, and not just part of the format, but like probably the most represented deck for the next couple of weeks. So I think Shifter doesn't have a place in the main deck. It's also not that good against some of the other decks. There's no tier limit right now that completely crumbles under Shifter. Like, yeah, the branded plays can become a little bit weird under Shifter, but they're not dead. The Sprite plays, if they play like the Nimble package with Sprint, the Sprite plays become a little bit worse, but they're not as bad still. Like, you can still do something. There's no deck that outright just dies to Shifter, except for maybe like Dark World or whatever. I think Shifter is a good side deck card to cover for those random rogue matchups that just need the graveyard, right? If anyone still tries to cope on Tierlament, if anyone tries to play Dark World, if anyone plays whatever deck that needs the graveyard, like certain runic variations too, like Runic Naturia has a problem with Shifter. For those decks, I think it's a very good side deck card. But for the main deck purpose, I think it's not very good. And then last but not least, Skullmeister. Nah. Just nah. Tier is gone, so say goodbye to Skullmeister and Crow, in my opinion. And that's already it. Like I said, Contact C, Power of Editing is now also in the tier list. Everything else is board breakers, which I'm also very excited about talking about. So we're gonna do the board breaker tier list next. Without further ado, that is it. I hope that gave you some insight. As always, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to the channel. I hope you enjoyed watching. Say goodbye to YouTube, chat. And I will see you guys for the board breaker tier list 1 or 2 days after the upload of this one. And I'll see you next time. And bye-bye. All right. All right. Actually, you know what? Before we do the board breaker tier list, I'm gonna have to eat my food because it arrived at the beginning. It's almost cold. Okay. Well, it's crazy. It's funny. It's funny that people specifically ask for Kurikara every time I make a hand trap tier list. Every time I make a hand trap tier list, it's specifically Kurikara that people ask about, which kind of throws me off, but it's fine, I guess. I mean, I'll just make the board breaker tier list next. EP Scarm, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. Did you see this? I did not, but I guess it's a good thing to bring up. Due to popular demand, we've managed to add a limited number of tournament packages for YCS London. Book your place now. So, if you missed registration for London, which I already have a ticket. But if you missed your registration for London, there is now some available tickets again. So, go ahead and grab yourself a ticket. I'm gonna drop you the link in chat, actually, so you can go and get it. If you if you missed the chance to grab a ticket for YCS London and you still want to, go for it. Josh, you forgot Kurikara in the hand trap tier list? Yeah. Anyways. Stop the music. Stop the music. React Andy mode. Does DZ know Yu-Gi-Oh prices? Guess that price. Now, what are we thinking? What are we thinking how bad I'm going to be this time? What am I thinking how bad I'm going to be this time? Surely I can't I'm going to be good this time. I've just decided I'm going to be smart this time.
In this game, I will be asking a popular YouTuber the price of 10 Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Their goal will be to guess the price of each card as closely as possible. For each dollar away they are from the correct answer, they receive a point. As points add up, the lower the prize. Today, we see if your favorite YouTuber can win the $1,000 grand prize. DZ is a longtime Yu-Gi-Oh YouTuber and player with over 200,000 subscribers. He is known for his discussion videos about specific Yu-Gi-Oh cards and archetypes, and more recently, his series Master Saga and Master Roulette. Today we find out if he knows his Yu-Gi-Oh prices. Welcome back to Guess That Price. This is episode 14. Well, it was recorded 14th, and then we didn't actually record, so then I did 15, but so this is back to 14. It's like a rerun. This is round 2 with DZ.
Yeah.
He's already been through all, not these questions, but he's been through 10 questions.
A different
He
list.
actually finished 4th out of everyone, and then he realized he didn't record his whole episode. So it doesn't count anymore. But he does get to retry. So maybe this extra 10 questions will help. Do you think you're gonna do better or worse than last time?
I'm hoping better, but man, you guys missed a legendary run. You know, there were a couple times where like I got it right on there, which was pretty crazy. You know, I think we were talking about that I had 10% was the number at the end or whatever, which is good. And I hope I can do better. You know, you'd think.
When is your episode? Surely it's in the works. I've messaged Ruxin. He said he was gonna do it, but he hasn't gotten back to me yet since. So I don't know when. Like, we haven't recorded it yet. He said he was gonna do. He said he was gonna do the. He was gonna get the cards together, like the list that I need to answer, and then he was gonna message me. It hasn't happened yet, but it'll happen at some point, I think.
I'd be able
He's
to,
just busy, I
but
think.
I don't know. Maybe the questions are gonna be harder this time. We'll see.
Yeah, so if you were expecting any DZ related questions, those were in the last video that you didn't see. So sorry, now these are just random. So we're just gonna have to see how
Multi-faker
he
is
does.
50 cents.
Multi-faker is worth $0, by the way. We did that question one last time. That is not in this quiz.
Yeah.
So unfortunately for him, that was one of the easiest questions he had. We're gonna have to go into question 1. It feels weird because like we've already done this and
Yeah.
nobody has actually seen it. It just feels like it's the first time for them, but it's not really for us. So let's just go straight into question 1. You know the rules. You've done this before.
Yep.
Question number 1, or should I say question number 11 for Doug. It is Charge of the Light Brigade Secret Rare First.
I looked at this. I prepared for this. The reason why I looked at this. Is because I don't know how many of you know this, but I have this little box of happiness, is what I call it, which is my way of collecting, basically. Because I've never been a huge collector, but I thought that was sad. You know what I mean? At some point I was like, it's kind of sad that I've never collected cards, that I don't have any of the cards anymore, that meant so much to me at some point in my life, right? And so I decided that instead of like collecting everything or collecting like play sets of everything, I would just collect one copy of some cards that I really liked throughout the history of the game, either because I remember having them or because I remember, in the case of Charge of the Light Brigade, it's because I never had one in Secret Rare. The first time I was able to afford a Charge of the Light Brigade was when it released as a super rare in some special edition. And so I decided that my way of collecting was just, I was going to collect one copy of a lot of cards that just mean something to me. And I wanted to pick up a Charge of the Light Brigade for that. Because Lightsworn was one of my first like competitive decks, but I never had a secret rare Charge of the Light Brigade. And I looked into it. I think it was definitely over 100. I'm pretty sure this is tier 2. But I don't know, like, this is also US prices and near mint. So I don't know if it's like it could be 200 even. I'm not sure. I think on Card Market, like German English copies from Europe, it was like 120 or something for near mint. So I think US is probably a little bit higher. I'm gonna say 175.
Edition from the Duelist Genesis.
This is where we're starting here.
I told you it's a little different than the multi-figure.
Yeah, a little different. So with Charge of the Light Brigade, I know this card has skyrocketed considerably over the years. I think I actually do still own a couple unlims of this card, which are much lower than the first set as far as I know. But I know this card was like pretty expensive a couple years ago because I did actually, so I had 2 unlims and 1 first set, and I did sell the first set probably 3 years ago, which once we find out this card price, I'll probably cry about. But yeah, I think this is definitely going to be in the tier 2 category. I doubt it's going to go all the way to 251. It's kind of a tough first question though, because it could be all over the place.
It could be anywhere.
Yeah, I really just have not paid attention.
Like how
I know this card has gone up a lot, but I just have not paid attention enough. I actually think this feels so bad. No, there's no way I can pass the first question. I can't be that wrong.
I mean, you could. I mean, that's the last lifeline people use because they don't like it. It's like the least effective, I think. So if you were to swap this out, that might be a good idea because it's like the worst lifeline. I think.
I used it on the 10th question last time. Use it on the first question this time.
Yeah, nobody knows that though, so it's all good.
No, I'll just guess 1. Yeah, no, I'll do the swap. I'll do the swap for the same tier.
Okay, so you're right in between there. So you were saying you thought it was in tier 2, so keep that in mind for when you swap it out.
Yeah.
This next one could be in tier 2. Okay, so you do in fact want to swap this card.
No. I'll just guess 160 final answer. Just tell me how bad it is.
Okay, all right. That is the most back and forth I've ever seen. First it's tier 2.
Well, I was telling you last episode that I'm the type of person to hold the full restores until after the Elite Four. So it's just
you're like, I just might as well save them for later, and then you just never use them. So you started tier 2, then you were like, I'm gonna use a lifeline. Then you're like, no, let's just go 160.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you, you were right about the tier.
Nice.
So it's in tier 2.
Yeah.
This card is worth $198.
Okay, that is nowhere near as far off as I thought. I thought you were gonna say like 230,
I was
240.
23 off.
No,
Not
honestly,
too bad.
when you said like tier 2, I was like, I think he's in the right, like right.
125 for near mint German on card mug. Yeah, that's what I remember looking up. I just figured it was going to be a little bit more in NA than it was for like a German copy. I looked at German copies and I remember it being about like 120. Yeah.
Place, and then you were gonna swap it. I was like, maybe not. And then you came back for 160. That was a pretty solid guess.
Okay.
I mean, last time multi-figure you guessed $1 and it was 0, so you were a lot closer then.
Yeah.
But this is also a tier 2 card, which is a little bit harder. So not a bad start. Maybe you can, do what you did last time. We're just gonna have to find out. Let's go to question 2.
Yeah.
Rivalry of the Warlords Collector Rare First Edition from King's Court.
This one.
Collector's Rare from King's Court. Rivalry is probably one of the better ones from King's Court. 40 feels not that far off. I think it's tier 1. But 40 seems a little bit low. I was gonna say like 50, 55 maybe. I don't know if it's 80. I'll say 55.
I believe
it's gone up maybe. I don't know. 55 seems like
$90.
No, I'm gonna say
skyrocket in price for like
I'm gonna say 56.
A month or so. I think Pack had talked about it or something. Or actually, I think it was like John mentioned that like it should be more expensive, but then it eventually went back down. And I think that right now, because I looked at buying this card back at Niagara when I was thinking about playing Altergeist for a brief moment, and I think at that time it was a bit more expensive. Maybe I'm wrong though, but I feel like this card is definitely under $100. I don't think it's over $100 anymore. Although, oh man, First Ed King's Court is probably actually more than no, I don't. It hasn't been played in a little while. Yeah,
I don't think there is an unlimited King's Court.
Okay,
so.
Is there not? That's actually one that I don't know.
Think so.
I know Toon Chaos has an
Ed.
unlimited run. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, they did never reprint this one.
Okay, in that case, okay, that's good to know because that means that the price I'm thinking of have only ever been the First Ed price. So that's good.
Yeah.
In that case, I will in fact guess. I feel like I saw it for $79.99 or maybe $89.99. I just looked at this card last week. or apparently I didn't. I don't know. I'm gonna guess 90. I'll guess 90. Final answer.
$90. All right, Rivalry
Probably
of the
80.
Warlords Collector Rare First Edition from King's Court.
I messed this
You
up.
said 80 to 90. I was really hoping you'd split the difference. It's $86.
But closer to 90. Closer
30
to 90.
off.
I would, you're technically picked the right side. If you were
Yeah.
going to pick one of them, you're only $4 off. You get that bonus.
Hell
Great
yeah.
start again for the second time. Okay, let's just go to question 3. There's not a lot to
do
say there. You crushed that one. Red Eyes, Dark
Oh, I
Dragoon,
have
Starlight
no
Rare
idea.
First Edition from Brothers of Legend.
Okay, I'll tell you this. I don't fucking know. Like,
Oh.
yeah. So this is one where I don't think I've looked at the price in probably.
Is this tier 3 or tier 2? I don't know. Starlights are so hard to guess for me because some of them are just like 50, 60. Some of them are 500. I don't know. It feels like it could be a low tier 3, like 280, 290. But I could also see it being 200. I don't know. I'm just gonna say, you know what? Easy fallacy. There's not been a tier 3 yet, so I'm gonna say 280 because surely this is tier 3 now.
Since it
Easy
came
clap.
out.
Yeah, like I think I kept track of it the first like month, and then I was like, who really cares? Because I feel like at one point I saw this card at 250, which seems, you know, I think 250 is like not that outrageous of a price because it's not really played. I mean, it's just not played at all. Like you can't play it right now. I mean, you can play in Dark Magician, I guess, but you know, whatever.
Right. Are you
And-
saying
I
Dark
can't
Magician's
make
not good? Is
anything
that what you're
off
trying to say?
Ruxin's
they took a hit when Anaconda lost. You know, they needed multiple avenues to get there, but
Yeah, it's,
I mean,
yeah,
they're
it's
still
pretty
playable.
sad.
It's still playable. But so I think that the Dark Dragoon is definitely not at its peak anymore. I believe that this is one that has not gone up in price. This might sound ridiculous once we find out the price. I really think it's under 250, but like how close? That's one where I can be like really wrong. I'm just looking at the lifelines again. Tell me which amount tier. I think I do know that. Lower, higher. I will guess. Dude, I don't know. I'll guess $230. Final answer.
$230.
guess.
All right. Red Eyes, Dark Dragoon, Starlight Rare First Edition, Brothers of Legend.
This thing's like
You were,
$6
in
million.
fact, correct when you said it is below $250.
Okay.
It's $240.
Oh, okay.
so
I'm not doing
close, you were
terribly. I just want to
okay.
say that I'm not doing great, but I'm doing okay.
Yes, it was so close.
I was about to
That's
say,
a good
I think
guess,
it's
though.
around that price.
Yeah, you absolutely nailed that one. Right off the bat, you were like within
I
$10
almost
just
passed
the way
that
you were
one
talking
at the
about
very
it.
last second there, like the tier.
Yeah, I was like, I'm just not gonna say anything and just see
Yeah.
what he says, because like I'm not gonna interfere here. You're already so close. If you want to switch it, you could switch it. Okay, question 4. Hopefully this one will trip you up because we can't be having you get like 1% again, okay? Or well, you know, you can't be improving on your
Yeah.
score from last time. Okay, we have
Yeah, it's
Blue
gone
Eyes
up since the
Alternative White
YCS
Dragon,
probably,
Blue
but that
Letter
was probably
Secret
before they
miscellaneous
recorded.
promotional cards. So this is the one that they gave out in like the
Yeah.
like the Twitter thing with
Yeah.
the Joan and stuff. It's that version.
Okay,
I have
this
no
is
idea
a
about
wild one to
this
put
one.
on here. My first guess would be that this is $999. Like I think it's like really close to the cap. I think this card's probably around like $800. I don't know. I've never looked at
The
the.
thing is, with these cards, this is from the like Konami giveaways, right? I think this is from Konami giveaways, and I don't know this particular one, but I have 2 of them. I have the Guardian Angel Joanne, and I have the what's the other one I have? The Palladium Oracle Mahad. And I remember looking those 2 up. I haven't thought about selling them, but I looked them up once, and they weren't that crazy expensive. The ones from the giveaways. But surely the Blue Eyes is a little bit more expensive. It's probably tier 3. I don't know how high it is tier 3 though. You think this is over
price of any of
500,
these
chat?
blue lettered cards. I've never won any of them either, unfortunately. I really wanted this alternative. Looks very cool, but man, this could be anywhere. Like
You keep your
really,
YCS
really
price cards? Nowadays I do. Back in the day I did not, but I still have my another verse.
anywhere. So I'm actually quite worried
I'm gonna
about
say
it.
I'm gonna
This could
say
be the swap.
660 let's do a Rey Mysterio. Let's go 619.
Right here, I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna swap right here because
It seems like a pretty decent one, yeah.
Oh, but
619.
I remember that they
easy.
kept giving out these, so I feel like the price has probably gone down a little bit. So I don't know. It could be anywhere between $500 and $800 in my mind, and that's just like so. I mean, that's way too big of a range.
It's a big range, yeah.
I'll do lower or higher.
You don't want to swap this one.
Yeah, I think I can actually narrow it down if I do lower or higher.
Okay.
I think
Okay. Sure. Let's do it.
I like the swapping the tier one. I like to, it's not the best one, but I like it. It's an underdog.
Okay. You just like it to keep it just in case. Or
Yeah.
something
So
insane.
I'll do lower or higher, and I'll say $650.
Okay, so you're splitting the difference between your 500 and 800. I like
Yeah.
the strategy. This card is higher than $650.
Okay, so
All right,
I'm gonna
it's
guess,
not Rey Mysterio
It
then.
could just be 651. Who knows? But I'm gonna guess.
Could be.
700 and.
Wait, what am I gonna guess? I'm gonna guess 700 and because I get to re-guess because they use the live line, of course. I'm gonna guess 732.
$25. $725. Final answer.
$725. The Blue Eyes Alternative White Dry. I'm going to cut you off before you say anything else. This card is $749.
All right, Pog, I'm close.
I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like that worked out.
I thought you were disappointed. I was like, that's
No,
insane.
that's
so
no.
close.
I was just like in disbelief that
I was
that
17
strategy
off.
worked out because I have no clue on this card. Nice.
You were very, very close. 'Cause
Foggy.
This is like, I mean, this is a really high number, so it's a huge percentage of
Yeah.
your total. Like,
That's what I
and
was
you're
worried about.
24 minus 10, so you're 14 off. So that is a big time guess for like your potential final score.
Yeah.
Let's just go to 5. Like that was well played. I'll give you that. That was well played. All right, this is the halfway point after this one. We have Book of Lunar Eclipse Starlight.
I know
Rare
this.
First
I know
Edition
this.
from the Lightning.
I know this. I know this. I looked this up because I thought about playing it at YCS Lyon. I thought about getting it. I know this. This was like in EU. This was $80. This was $80 in Europe before YCS Lyon. Now I don't know exactly when they recorded this. It was $80 for sure. Did it go up since? I mean, I'm not going to look it up now. I don't know when exactly they recorded it, but I'm going to say 80. Like maybe it's, I think that's the trick. I think it's a Starlight that's tier 1. I think I'm going to say 90.
Overdrive. And I want
Whoa.
to
I'm gonna say 90.
So far, 2 tier 2s, 1 of tier 1, and tier 3 so far.
Unless
Okay,
there's
so
a
Book of Lunar
lifeline
Eclipse
being
is a card that at one point I knew the price of, when Gage was talking about it and everyone was kind
It's
of following the
possible that
price
it
of,
went up.
Starlight.
It's possible that it went up. I probably should have gotten. When I looked at it, I thought about getting it, and then I decided to just get the secret rares because I wasn't looking at just investing like. I wasn't looking at investing like $240, and actually it didn't go up that much. There's still a playset for 85, which makes sense. It didn't spike at all. Well, it did spike, but it went down again. Stockel, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Because, like, honestly, I'm gonna say it. Like, I think Book of Eclipse is better, and I think Book of Moon is also kind of better.
Lights and stuff. Not sure if
I'm gonna say
if
90
you ever got a chance to use
for,
that. But
the
I
NA
know
one.
this card is below $100. The question is how far below. I feel like I've seen this card. It's definitely been at $70 before. But the question is this a card that could go to like $50? I mean, a $50 Starlight. What am I talking about? Like even that shitty trap card is, I think, like $60.
Storm
or
Dragon's
$70.
Return?
Yeah. That's the one. Surely Book of Lunar Eclipse is more than Storm Dragons, although that was actually from like a set that's hard to get, so maybe that actually increases it a little bit. I'll guess 70, final answer. I think it's like right around there.
$70.
Yeah,
Book of
70.
Lunar Eclipse, Starlight Rare First Edition. This card is $96.
I thought he was
Really?
gonna just say 90.
So you're in the right tier.
My heart
Okay.
dropped
It
for a
was, like,
second. I thought he was just gonna
just
say
under 100.
exactly
Yeah,
what
I
I
can't believe
said.
that's the one that I've gotten the most
Oh,
wrong.
well, okay, that's good still.
Is that actually your worst one so far?
I think so, percentage-wise, right? I don't know. Maybe charge was. Probably charge was.
Yeah, charge. Charge was
I
the
said
worst, but-
90.
Okay, but still, I mean, really not bad because you're in the right tier. You're 16 off. That's nothing that's going to kill your score or anything. You're doing really well through the halfway point. Let's see how the back half goes. You do have 2 more lifelines. Don't forget about that. You really haven't dropped one either. All right, question number 6. We have...
Also, for everyone asking, you have not missed the entire tier list action yet. There is we did the hand trap tier list already. but we are doing the board breaker tier list after lunch break.
The Traptrix Alamaris Starlight Rare First Edition from Eternity Code.
This one I would have to swap. I think I have no idea
you are
what
really
this one is.
throwing
Probably tier 2, like 200 and I'm gonna throw 210 at it.
That I do not know.
Hey, well, you're basically like number 16 now because
it might have gone up with Traptrix support announced, and it's a waifu, so like it's probably not cheap.
There's been a lot of cards I've used, so I'm getting to some random ones.
Yeah, hopefully you can reuse my list for someone else.
I'm going to, I think.
Okay, so the Traptrix, I think this is like actually pretty expensive. I think this is over $250. I'm pretty sure. What question is this? 6, you said?
Yeah, question 6. Yeah, this will be your, you have
Oh, wait. How old is Eternity Code?
2 of tier 1, 2 of tier 2, 1 of tier 3 so far.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like this is over. Oh, especially because it has to be over 250. There's no way this card did not spike over 250 if it wasn't already there.
Yo, Barba Cobaleno, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Even days after the incident, people are still holding up to their promise. Appreciate you. Thank you.
After the Traptrix structure deck was revealed, surely that has made it crazy. But then that might have.
Thing is, I'm pretty sure this card is over 200 because of the Traptrix structure deck and because it's a waifu. But I'm not sure if it's tier 3 territory. Like, is it $300?
Probably hyped or something. That actually kind of scares me. I think
I would swap it, honestly. I have no idea. I would swap it.
I might do. I'll do. Tell me. Yeah, I'll do. Tell me the tier that it's in, because I don't know if it's in tier 2 or tier 3.
The Traptrix Alamaris, however you say this card, is tier 3.
Oh, I'll do. Okay. Then I would throw. Let me stay 294.
300. Final answer.
$300 final answer. We've got the Traptrix Alamaris Starlight Rare First Edition from Eternity Code. This card is $289.
Oh, I was so close.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it spiked a little
off.
bit. It spiked a little bit. Or what was it before the Traptrix structure deck? Do you know?
I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, I thought it was like around 200, but I can't remember.
Yeah, it probably went up from like a tier 2.
Check on market. Uh-oh. Alamaris, Starlight Rare. Okay, the cheapest copy from Germany is 330 now, and there's only one for that price. The next one is 400. That's crazy.
Tier 3 card from after that, and you basically nailed it with your bonus. So yeah, very nice. You got 4 questions to go. You could still swap one card the rest of the way. Keep that in mind. Haven't really dropped a big one yet, so you kind of got one to play with there. Let's see what number 7 has. We have Pot of Duality Ultimate Rare from Astral Pack 5.
Okay.
That's, I feel like, the definition of a tier 2 card. Like, this is like 100 and something. When you getting on the series, when Ruxin gets back at me, I'm mad. He told me like weeks ago he was gonna prepare a couple of cards for me, and then he would message me, but he hasn't gotten back to me. I'm madging.
So I do know the tier this is in. This is in tier 3.
Really? Tier 3?
This is a card I have bought and sold and bought and sold and bought and sold a lot of times. I seem to be very fickle when it comes to Pot of Duality, I guess. I just never want to own it for more than like a year. I do know this card is quite expensive. I think it is near 300. I think this card is...
Didn't you say that Secret Duality is better than Ulti? I mean, for me personally, there is some cards where I have more nostalgic connections to them when they are secret rare rather than ulti, and one of them is Pot of Duality, because when I played Pot of Duality back then, it was when it was released as a secret rare. I vividly remember playing with the secret rare dualities, which is why the secret rare duality is nostalgic for me. The ulti duality released at a point in time where I never played with it anymore. I feel like I don't know if I ever played with ulti dualities around, and therefore I don't have any connection to the ulti. The ulti still looks insane, but for me personally, I prefer the secret on duality. if I were to like collect them.
It's pretty expensive because
The same goes for tour guide base. Yeah, tour guide and max C, that kind of stuff. Like that kind of stuff hits different in secret rare for me than the ultis. Like the ultis, they're nice. They look nice. If you prefer them, then fine. But like for me, the secrets are the ones that are nostalgic, not the ultis.
I know that like the last time I sold it, I remembered like regretting it quite a bit because I think it spiked like over $100 because I feel like I sold them when it was like $250 and then it spiked to over $300 after that. Is it still that though? I mean, it is.
I don't know how much it is. I'm just gonna say 300, but I don't know. I would have not guessed this as a tier 3
I feel
card.
like the card, yeah, it must be. Is it more than 300 though? I'll guess 320. Final answer, 320.
Pot of Duality Ultimate Rare Astral Pack 5.
300.
Doug, you
I
were pretty
guess.
confident about this one.
I kind of was, but
it's $200.
how the
You guys talked me out of this, chat. I just want you to know that I told you this was tier 2, and then I got omega debated by chat. That's crazy that you did that.
might have fallen.
It has gone down, it seems, for whatever reason. I don't know why. I actually don't. You were so confident, I double checked while you were talking because I was like, this guy, no, he's like, sure. So I was
Yeah.
like, let me double check. And there's multiple listed for 200 near mint. So I don't know what happened to this card. I mean, yeah, like you said, Flu is still pretty popular. So
Like, but it's like just Flu, right? Like nothing.
I
Literally.
mean, Labyrinth too. But honestly, I think for the most part, I think the playability has not that much to do with the price of these ultis. Like, it's literally just, I mean, a little bit for sure. Like, playability will have an impact on this, but I feel like it's just old format ulti staples just have that. Like, look at Max C, dude. What's ulti Max C? $700? You can't explain any of that with playability, dude. Like, ulti Max C is freaking $700 or something, which is crazy, dude. Like, how?
Nothing else. Oh, and Mystic Mine isn't in the format. That was a deck that played it, so now it's half as many decks.
I guess half as many now. So the good side for you is you had one to play with.
Yeah.
So you can kind of throw this one out. It's no big deal. But now you gotta be perfect the rest of the way, not to have to drop another one. Okay, question number 8. You could still swap one as well. So let's keep going. Blackwing Armor Master Starlight Rare First Edition from Battles of Legend Crystal Revenge.
I don't fucking know, man. Who knows this card?
It's new, man.
What is?
100 something? I don't think it's sub 100. It's a Blackwing Starlight. That feels like that it's an Edison relevant Blackwing Starlight. I don't think it can be under 100. That would surprise me. But since it's basically not playable in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I feel like it can't be like super expensive. I'd say like maybe 120.
I've never seen.
And since it's never just even numbered, like since it's never just like straight 120, I'm just gonna say it's 123.
This card's picture next to a price in my
$90.
The question
I just
is,
bought
do I
one.
think
Well,
I
then
can
I might have
logic
messed
my
up.
way
But
into figuring out this card's
like,
price. It is
honestly, if this is $90, that might be a nice pickup if you like Blackwing and Edison.
a cool Starlight. It's a
It
nice
does have an ulti, that's
crow
true.
card.
The ulti,
but I feel like
I think ulti does look better.
that Blackwinged Dragon Crow card already exists. It's not the first Blackwing, and it's not the first Crow Starlight. And it is an Edison reprint, but it's like, I know a lot of people with older formats do like you. They might just use like the ultimate rare of this because they like using the highest old rarity. But Starlights are cool. Oh my gosh, I don't know, dude.
You do still have a swap if you want to use it.
I really want to try to save this swap for the next question.
So your breakdown, your tier breakdown could help you out a little bit because you have 3 tier 2 and only 2 of the others. So it's like between 1 and 3, unless this is a 4th tier 2 before the last 2.
Oh no, I think it's lower. I think it's low. I think it's like,
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, then it's probably not tier 2. Like, there's a higher chance it's not tier 2 then. So it probably is actually tier 1. So I'm gonna say 95 then.
I'm almost willing to guess like 50.
I didn't have
bucks.
perfect
I'm just
information,
just
so I'm
worried if it's,
allowed to
like,
readjust
that
my
low.
answer, chat.
I mean, it's a Starlight. I feel like I'm trying to treat it like a collector's rare, but it is a
Obviously, I
Starlight,
can
but it's in, like,
readjust
Battles
my
of
answer.
Legend.
It is a Starlight.
And like, but the Battles Legend, we did see that Leviathan. Gosh, swap. I'll guess $80. I'll guess $75. Final answer. Just get this out of my sight.
$75.
Yeah,
Get this
whatever.
out of his sight, he said.
I don't wanna see it.
Blackwing Armor Master, Starlight Rare from Battles of Legend, Crystal Revenge. He doesn't like these Starlight Rares, apparently. That's what we've learned today. This is $90.
Did I say 90 or 95? Oh, I said 95, didn't I? I said 95, right? Ah.
Oh, wait, just lifted off my shoulders. I literally like felt that. I thought you were going to just say like $300.
$250 or something.
Any number. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, this was
I can breathe,
probably
I can
one of the cheapest ones in the set for sure. I mean, it's
Like it had to be, but what if it wasn't?
yeah. What if it wasn't? What if it, I mean, it is new, so you never really know with the brand new stuff. It's just like really expensive randomly. So, okay, not bad. You were only like 15 off, then minus your 10. You're looking good. You almost said 80, which would have been great, but 75 still awesome. Let's get to the last two. You're still doing really well.
Yep.
All right, question number 9. Spirit Reaper, super rare from Champion.
Oh, this is such a nice card. I looked at that. I almost got one at YCS Lyon. I was so close to getting it, but it's so expensive. It's such a beautiful card, though. It's such a beautiful card. It's like, I'm pretty sure that in Europe, it's about 200. I don't know what it is exactly in the US. I would guess a little bit higher than that. I'm pretty sure this is just a high tier 2. Like 220 maybe.
Pack 3, and then we have Blackwing super rare from Turbo Pack
no idea
Booster
what that is
1.
worth.
Bad news. I do not know either of these. Not even a little bit, which is a little surprising.
Okay.
I knew Spirit Reaper at one point, but since
I don't know Blackwing. I don't know Black Whirlwind. Just one bit.
the boom of old collectors or old champion pack cards, I really don't know. With Black Whirlwind, I mean, it's the highest rarity, but I mean, Blackwings did get support. I'm just trying to think about which one of these I think I know the least.
Please
Yeah,
swap
to swap
Whirlwind.
out.
Please
Because
swap
like the
Whirlwind.
Spirit Reaper, I'm thinking is pretty expensive, where the Black Whirlwind, I'm actually
Please.
thinking it's not that expensive. And I think it's easier to guess things that are less expensive.
No.
Less of a range, you know. If I'm
No,
just gonna say
don't
under
swap
100
Reaper. I know
versus
Reaper.
Anywhere. I think I have to swap. Yeah, I have to swap the Spirit Reaper. I have no clue with Spirit Reaper, unfortunately.
All right, you are using your last lifeline.
Yes, I've saved it till the end once again.
Bro, the one time I actually know a card because I looked at it like 2 weeks ago.
Ironically, this fits in with your quiz, one you've already done. So I don't know if that'll help or not. Who knows? We're just gonna have to see. Your new question, instead of the Spirit Reaper. Oh, by the way, let's give a guess for the Spirit Reaper, and then I'll tell you what it is.
Guess for the Spirit Reaper, probably like 300 is where I would have guessed.
All right, 300. We've locked that in. Your new question: Palladium Oracle Mahad.
I have this. Oh, I have no idea what it's worth though. Oh, it's been so long since I checked. I have this. No. Oh, I don't know. It's been so long since I checked.
Miscellaneous promotional cards. So this is the same thing as the Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, but obviously a different card. So it's the
I'm pretty sure this is still tier 3. Then the Reaper is actually more expensive in the US than I thought. I remember this, like, I think it was about 200 in EU. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was a little more than that. This one is like, I think between like 250 and 300. I don't remember what it was like when I checked last time.
same situation.
Bro,
It's like between 250 and
blue
300.
ones on
I'm pretty
here?
sure. I'm gonna say 279 on
yeah.
on
Okay,
this
let me think.
thing. But the Whirlwind, I really
God, do I
have
know
no
that one
idea.
less? No, I might figure that one out more because at least it's like a recent.
The Whirlwind,
card, but
I
it's
really
like,
have no
once
idea.
again, is
Like that,
one where they just gave
Turbo
it out
Pack
over and
supers
over
are
again.
super weird
I feel like
because
the one that they
sometimes
gave
they're
out
like
a
20
bunch of
bucks,
times was
sometimes
either
they're
the
like
Unity
200. I
Stand
don't
or
know.
the
Maybe
Guardian
it's tier
Angel.
1,
I
maybe
think it
it's
was the
tier
Guardian
2.
Angel that went out a bunch of times. How much was that Blue Eyes one? It doesn't even matter. This card's in such a different category.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say for the Black Whirlwind, I'm gonna say it maybe it's a low tier 2, like 110.
Blue Eyes was
Oh,
$749.
There's no way that mod is that. I will just, trust my gut here. These are the numbers that are in my head. I'm going to go. I don't feel confident about any of these. Just looking at this Black Whirlwind image for the last 5 minutes and just crying. I'm gonna go 450 on the Blue Oracle.
That's too
and
much. That's too much. Oh,
70 on Black Whirlwind.
That's too low,
70
please.
and 450. Are those your final answers for the quiz?
They are, in fact, my final answers for the quiz.
Okay. First, we will do the Black Whirlwind. Then I will tell you. Actually, first I'll tell you what your
the
Spirit Reaper.
Yeah.
Doug.
Yeah.
You should have just stuck with the Spirit Reaper.
No.
The Spirit Reaper's $315. You almost nailed it right on the head.
Dude, I
was
should have
like, oh, well.
known as soon as you started looking for the replacement and we couldn't find one. That was the sign. I should have said, nope, I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, that should have been the sign. You should have stuck to it.
Okay.
You did decide to replace it.
Yeah.
You said $450. It's not that bad, but it wasn't as good as the Spirit Reaper. It's $370.
Ooh, I missed
Okay.
that quite hard.
Okay.
So it's all right. I mean, you're in the range.
Yeah.
So gonna end up being.
That's probably
80
my
minus
worst one
10,
then.
So it's not terrible.
Yeah.
Black Whirlwind. This card, you guessed 70, is $150.
Ooh, I said 110. Okay.
So you're equally off on both of them.
So that's actually because it's percentage-wise that the one gets dropped, or is it the biggest difference?
It's
that
just
gets-
total number.
total number,
So
yes.
yeah. So you're still dropping the pot of duality.
Okay,
That's gonna be your
it's
drop.
total number.
All right,
over total
well,
number. Right.
I don't think we did
Black
that great.
Whirlwind, is that it?
The worst one is a
geez,
card
yeah.
you own.
Messed
Yeah,
it
but I
up on
never
the final
checked how
ones.
much it
It
is.
could have
Actually,
been
I
a
don't even
support
know
that
where it
brought
is.
It also could also be people playing in
I'm pretty sure I have this one. Let me check. Yeah. Yeah, I have it. And I've never looked into selling it, so that's why I don't know.
as well.
Yeah, that I didn't even think about Edison.
You
Yeah,
are
of course.
7% off if I did not mess this up. I mean, okay, that's not too bad. 7% off is not that bad.
Damn.
When collection tour, I mean, it's literally it's a big mess. But if I ever get around to cleaning everything up, like sorting everything, then I could make that happen. If you guys actually want to see that, I don't mind. I don't have that much though. Like, it might sound like I have more than I do, but like I don't have that much. But I guess.
Okay, let's totally
Sorting stream, please. Oh yeah, that was fun. That was actually fun. We've done that before. Maybe I do that.
you up. Let's see if you beat last time or not.
Maybe
We're gonna
I can do
figure it out.
that,
It's
yeah.
gonna be close, I think.
Let's hope.
Fixing the 2012 trophy when? Oh, don't remind me. Don't remind me of that, dude. Oh god, nah. Now I'm in a bad mood
Are
again.
you ready, Doug, to reveal if you beat yourself and who you beat overall?
I'm ready to find out.
So the total value of all your cards on this quiz
Yeah.
was $2,468. You were off by $288. You also got 9 tiers correct, which means you were $198 off. If you could do some quick math.
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're saying.
You beat last time. Even with those last two, you beat last time. You were 8.02% off.
This might be the first time that I did better than the guest. Did I really do 7%? That's not bad.
It's nice.
So that would officially put you at third place. No, wait. Yeah, third place, 0.1%
Really? I would have been third place with that?
ahead of Distant Coder.
Oh, I passed Coder this time? Haha!
You didn't do better than
So-
Farfa? Oh, we might have done better than Farfa, true. But I don't think we calculated it when we watched the Farfa.
Second time, Doug is in third place.
I don't think we
That's
calculated.
crazy.
First time, Doug, is just last time you lost to Coder, this time you beat Coder.
Yeah.
So pretty impressive performance. Because we had all the issues, I am definitely down to honor this 8% in the giveaway. So make sure you guys enter that for a
Who's first place?
$250 giveaway. Just
I
like
don't
the
know,
video,
some
subscribe.
bozo.
Let me know how Doug did down below. Let me know if you wanted to see the original one. I mean, I can't actually show it to you. I just want to know if you actually were interested
Just
in it or not.
your audio.
All right, Doug, how do you feel about the second performance?
No,
I
Gage is
feel
second.
good.
First
These
is
ones
Pack.
were a lot harder. I'll just tell you guys that right now. The other
he
ones,
still in
there were a
chat?
couple
Apparently
that,
not. He would
I
have
actually got
probably,
right on there, and there were cards that
he would have
I had
probably
a little bit more
reacted to that.
experience with. This was a tough quiz. I hope people don't think that I got this score only because I retook it. I really think that this one was like, I almost want to say like twice as hard. This
All right. I like these so much. I can't wait. I can't wait for mine. I can't wait for when I can get onto this. Please make it happen. Oh, another thing that I quickly need to tell you guys about that I just remembered because of Pack joining the stream is because he's also sponsored by Sleeve Chief, King of Segways. Sleeve Chiefs have a restock in 3 days. So in case any of the ones, I think most of the really cool ones are sold out. If you wanted to get like the Zeus ones or the Kurikara sleeves or any of the other ones that are currently sold out, a huge portion of these will be restocked in 3 days. And you can, of course, use Josh5 for 5% off and also support the channel while doing so. Will they restock the box? I don't know. But I can ask them for you and tell you next week. But yeah, that's happening in 3 days. So I think that's this Sunday. This Sunday they restock all this a lot of the sleeves, and I think they also release like playmats and whatnot, stuff like that. So yeah, check it out on Sunday. Yeah. All right. And then before we do the board breaker tier list, did I forget any board breakers? Like I forgot Contact C. Did I forget any YCS London resold out? Is it already like gone again? Register now. Oh, it's sold out. Yeah. No, wait, is it? Check out. It's not. For me, I could try and get a ticket here. I don't want to fill out my details now, but it feels like I could. Talons? Wait, Talons is here though. Talons is here. Thrust is also here. Evenly is also here. Look at the screen first, okay? Look at the screen first. And then tell me what's missing. All right? Can we do it like that? Is that how we can do it? Droplet is also here. Okay. Forbidden Lands is not a board breaker. Forbidden Lands is just a tech card. I don't really feel like... Because this is already a lot of cards. The discussion is already going to take quite a while. So I don't know how I feel about including every sort of tech card. I think that's too much. Duster? I mean, Duster these days isn't really a board breaker anymore. But I guess I can... I can add Duster. Hold up. I can add Duster. I don't mind that. Let me quickly add Duster to it. Because I can say a thing or two about Duster. It kind of goes into the same vein. I can see where you're coming from with Duster. Make a tech card tier list as well for more content. I don't really know. Like, I don't want to. It's weird because I feel a little bit lazy sometimes for making tier lists. Because it just kind of like... I don't know. It's kind of like a cliche thing on YouTube. But then again, it's just a good form to talk about a lot of cards in a short time. I don't know. It feels efficient. And people like it. It helps people out. So that's why I do it. All right, Duster. Get the image for Duster. Edit tier list. Where's Duster? There it is. All right. All right, I'm ready. I am ready. Let us do it. Let me quickly do the YouTube intro. Everyone say hi to YouTube already, and then we can start. All right. What is up, YouTube? Welcome back to the second part of these new format tier lists. We already did hand traps last time. If you missed that video, link to that is going to be in the description below. Today, I'm going to talk to you about board breakers. Certain non-engine cards you can play to not interrupt your opponent when you go second, but rather just like take your entire hand and play into their board. And I'm going to tell you what I think about currently popular options and which ones I like, which ones I don't. As usual, you know how tier lists work. If you're not subscribed to the channel yet, of course, I would really appreciate if you did that. So get down there, press that subscribe button, and also, I don't know, ding that notification bell is, I guess, what they all say. Without further ado, let us start and get into the tier list. So, once again, the premise, as already discussed in the hand trap tier list, is current format, current situation, Kashtira, Branded, Labyrinth, top 3, some Sprite. So we want the board breakers to be good against those types of decks. And I'm actually going to move 3 cards up here because I want to really get those out of the system, and that's the books. The books, because Book of Eclipse, I think, judging from the most recent deck lists I've seen from the last YCS, Book of Eclipse seems to be one of the most played tech cards in the game right now, because of how good it is against Kashtira if it gets to resolve going second. And I'm going to talk I'm going to say what I mean by if, because one thing we saw in the finals of YCS Las Vegas was that there is a way for Kashtira to prevent you from Book of Eclipsing their entire field, and that is to lock your entire spell and trap zone. Doesn't feel good when that happens, but that is their way of beating these power spells when breaking their board, because normally the Kashtira board is very weak to power spells, right? So I think the key is to have some of these power spells in your deck for when they don't lock your entire spell and trap zone, but to also have some options to when they do. Cards like Nibiru, cards like other hand traps, cards like maybe Lava Golem, Kaijus. We're going to talk about some options today. I'm going to put Book of Eclipse in the strong in the main category. Just be aware that I don't think you can just rely on power spells, but they are good. So Book of Eclipse, I think, is very strong. I think Book of Moon, though, is actually also a very strong card. Now, the reason why I like Book of Moon, and I've seen it in some topping lists at YCS Las Vegas as well, is that Book of Moon is a less fancy effect than Book of Eclipse. But it has a couple of key advantages. If you go first, Book of Moon is much better because you can set it and you can use it as a disruption without flipping your own board first down, without giving your opponent card draw, without any of that drawback. Just like your opponent summons a Kashtira, you book it. That's a very strong way to play. It's not as good against Branded defensively, but still like not awful. Like especially going second, you can just book the Mirror Jade. You can book Iblis if they come up. You can book whatever. It's a very flexible card and I like it. I think it's very good. It's less flashy going second. Like Book of Eclipse is just amazing going second when it resolves, but Book of Eclipse is Book of Moon is also good. It's not like, you know, you don't book everything, but still like booking the Arise art or booking the Shangri Era if it's locked a couple of your monster zones. Stuff like that is still valuable for a tech card. So I think Book of Moon is playable. Whether it's better than like hand traps or monster board breakers remains to be seen, but I think Book of Moon is playable. Book of Lunar Eclipse, I think, is kind of the middle way between these two, because like it's better going first than Book of Eclipse. It's more impactful going second than Book of Moon, but the discard is really annoying. So I don't know, you'd have to have good reasons to play this over the other two. I think it tries to be in the middle of these two in terms of what it does, but I'm not convinced by it yet, because the biggest problem is that under Arise Hard, whatever you discard for Book of Lunar Eclipse gets banished, and that's very annoying. It'd be really easy to use it as like a good discard outlet if the discard didn't get banished. That's really annoying. But still, there might be some scenarios where this card is good. Also, one thing worth noting, Book of Eclipse can get ashed, which is not true for the other two cards. And ash is in almost every deck right now, especially Kashtira. So, like, Book of Eclipse can get ashed, and if they play Forbidden Lands, which is another big deal when you're playing these spell cards, that already makes 6 possible answers to Book of Eclipse in Ash Blossom and Forbidden Lands. So yeah, consider the other two maybe as well. Like you could even play both. I've tried decks with both Eclipse and Moon, and it was fine, I think. So that's all right. I guess in the same vein is Swords of Concealing Light, which is, unfortunately, I think it's mediocre. Well, it's definitely not bad. The bottom category is called mediocre/bad. I don't think it's bad. The problem with this card is it gets outed by a Rysard. It does nothing going first. It loses to stuff like Anti-Spell. And so overall, even though it would be really nice, like if it resolves, it's pretty nice, but it doesn't usually resolve. I feel like that's the problem with the card. And if you're playing a dedicated board breaker to out like a Kashtira board, you really want it to be resolving. This card's actually not that bad against Branded, I think. Going second, you can just book the entire board. Outs like Masquerades, Mirror Jades, whatnot. I think it's actually solid against Branded, but that alone, I don't think makes it good. Alpha, the Master of Beasts. As always, you guys know, if you've ever seen one of my board breaker tier lists before, is that I have respect for this card. I think this card is awesome. But once again, it not being a quick effect to bounce makes it a little vulnerable, because if you summon it into a Kashtira board, they can just bounce it with a Rysard. If you have a way to force the Rysard before summoning it, then I guess it's kind of cute. But I don't know. I think Alpha will one day get its time to shine, but I don't think it's this format particularly, because you have to, like, it's good at baiting the Rysard. It's good at baiting the Mirror Jade, because that's what it does basically in the two most popular matchups. It's like you summon it, it baits their Rysard banish, or it baits their Mirror Jade interruption. If that's good enough for you, then maybe it's fine. But I don't know. It's not like super impressive. Chalice has been seeing some main deck success at YCS Las Vegas, which is why I'm going to put it here. Chalice is kind of a weird one, because it's a little underwhelming, but at the same time, it's just also very flexible and very consistent in what it does. Like, it's kind of like Imperm with some advantages and some downsides. Of course, going second, Chalice does not act as a hand trap. It acts as a board breaker, kind of like a little help. I think this card is probably underwhelming in most decks, but the one deck that can actually play it, I think, fairly well is Kashtira, because Kashtira really is... I've heard people refer to it, and I've also now referred to it a couple of times, just like a new version of Zodiac, where it's got a lot of one-card combos, and you pair that up with some non-engine. And in the case of Kashtira, the non-engine doesn't have to be the most impactful cards in the game. Also, because I see people mentioning it right now, Forbidden Chalice makes people think of Forbidden Lands. I didn't include Forbidden Lands because it's not really a board breaker. It's more so a card that people use to protect their Rysard. If you wondered what I think about Forbidden Lands, I think Forbidden Lands is quite strong as long as everyone plays Book of Eclipse. So it doesn't belong into this tier list technically, but I think Forbidden Lands is a solid tech card in Kashtira specifically to protect from Eclipse, Moon, Chalice, whatnot. Like, it's a good card, I think. Change of Heart alongside Mind Control are actually in very different tiers this format, I think. Because they are both very good side deck cards against Kashtira. But the problem with Mind Control is that with Mind Control, you need to play your own Rysard in the extra deck if you play Mind Control. With Change of Heart, you don't need it. You just need to play like 2 Zeuses, and then you can just take something, crash with it, make Zeus. It's really nice at breaking the board. Mind Control, unfortunately, you can't attack with the monster, so you can't Zeus, right? But I think taking control of Kashtira's monsters is a quite good mechanic in this format. Change of Heart significantly stronger than Mind Control. And that's that. Of course, in other matchups, Change of Heart is also solid. Like, it helps breaking any board. Like, in terms of what you want the board breaker to do, Change of Heart is pretty solid. The only deck that it doesn't really do much against is Labyrinth. Every other deck, I feel like, is annoyed by Change of Heart. At least somewhat. Dark Hole, between these, I guess Raigeki I think actually Dark Hole is slightly better than Raigeki. The most usage I've seen from Dark Hole is as a target for thrusting, which we'll talk about thrusting in a second. But the advantage that Dark Hole has over Raigeki, because it looks really weird that, like, why would a card like Dark Hole ever be better than Raigeki, is that Dark Hole outs Ibli, and that alone, I think, is enough reason to play it over Raigeki, because, like, when you're going second, you're not going to have monsters anyways, so they are most of the time the same card, unless your opponent Ibli locks you, then Dark Hole is just straight up better, and I think that's why Dark Hole overall takes the cake. Like, it's just overall the more flexible card, because they both do the same thing when you go second, except Dark Hole also outs Ibli, and I think it's okay for that. If you're afraid of Ibli, you might want to look at Dark Hole. The one thing that's worth noting is it does not out, unfortunately, it does not out the freaking Shangri era, because for some reason that thing has destruction protection. So, yeah, Dark Hole will not help you when your zones are locked. That's the one downside to it, but other than that, I think it's pretty solid. Dealing with a Rise Heart, if they don't have Forbidden Lands, is quite nice. Forbidden Droplet, I've seen in a lot of decks. But I'm not actually super convinced by the card yet. I don't love it because I feel like there's not that many decks right now that love the investment of having to get rid of like 1 or 2 cards from your hand to answer the board. Of course, the card does nothing to Kashtira because you cannot pay the cost for Forbidden Droplet. That's why this card can never be main decked in this format, in my opinion. Because Arise Heart is Macrocosmos and Droplet is cost to send to the graveyard, so it does not work under Macrocosmos-like effects. So that's bad. But then it's also not that good in other matchups, I feel like. It's like, yeah, it's okay against Sprite, but do you really want to send like 2 or 3 cards or 1 or 2 cards from your hand to the grave just to negate some stuff that's like, I don't know. I don't love Droplet. Against Despia, yeah, you can negate the Mirror Jade. Yeah, you can send away Ibli. I feel like that's the main reason why people have been playing it. It's because it like doubles as a solid side deck card overall, and it outs like Ibli and whatnot. It doesn't help with specifically the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, because that is a lingering effect, and that's why I think it's gonna go down in usage a lot. Enemy Controller is probably even almost good enough. Like, if Kashtira gets really popular, this card is actually main deckable, I think. Like, this card is unironically solid, because it's like, you notice a trend here? All the quick play spells are just like kind of good this format, because all of these quick plays, they help you with beating the Kashtira board, but they are also like solid in other matchups, and the big advantage of these is that they all also work going first. And that's really something that can't be stressed enough, is like in a format like this, where most of the decks do want to go first, having a card that simply works going first and second is kind of nice utility. It's kind of wild to see cards like Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse, Forbidden Chalice, and Econ. I think all of these are like 10 plus years old. In the case of Book of Moon and Econ, almost 20 years. Seeing these cards pop back into the metagame and just being like good cards, not just niche, but like actually good cards, is amazing to see for me. I mean, it's quite obvious. I mean, yeah, quick plays are good. Like, it's like the best card type in Yu-Gi-Oh, probably quick play spells, because you can use them going first and going second. Yeah, so I mean, that's nice. I like to see Enemy Controller. One of my favorite cards. One of my actual favorite cards. Evenly matched. Evenly matched is between strong in the main and good in the main. The reason why it's strong in the main is that because most decks right now simply don't put up negates. And that makes evenly matched a lot more valuable, right? Kashtira doesn't put up negates. The only deck that really puts up negates is Sprite, with Sprite Carrot, and even that you might be able to bait. And it's really good against Labyrinth. It's really good against it's good against Despia. It's not really good against Despia, but it's solid against Despia. Despia doesn't have negates, so it can't really play around it. It has some setups where it's not that useful. If they, for example, go for the Branded Expulsion lock, which they usually don't do in game 1, later on that might disable your Evenly. Also, Ibly disables it. So honestly, as a side deck card, I don't even love the card. I don't even love that card as a side deck card because there's some measurements that the top decks can take for it, right? But in the main deck, I think it has its place. As a side deck card, there's probably better cards for dedicated when you know you're gonna go second and after siding, yeah, because like Evenly doesn't cover certain problem cards, like I said, Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, Ibly, Lancea, whatever. Like there's a lot of stuff after siding that can beat Evenly, so it's more of a. I think it's actually more of a main deck card than a side deck card. This format, weirdly enough, but yeah. Fenrir. Outside of the context of Kashtira, of course, in Kashtira you're always gonna main Fenrir, but like people, I feel like people have forgotten that Fenrir still is a completely reasonable card to main deck in almost any deck. I think Fenrir has gotten a lot stronger from last format because there is now no more Tierlist, and Tierlist was a deck that used a lot of hand traps that would end up being on the field. So Fenrir would, like, you know, clash with Bistials, clash with Havnis, clash with Kelbeck, clash with Tierlist's Kashtira or whatever. It was like annoying. But now, almost any deck can just play Fenrir. And I feel like I haven't seen many Fenrirs outside of Kashtira, and that's a little weird to me because I think that card is still really good. It's really good going first. It's really good going second still. I mean, like, yeah, it's gonna, like, worst case, it baits the Arise Heart. Worst case, it baits the Arise Heart with a special summon. Best case, it just breaks the board. It's, like, good against almost any matchup. I think this card is good. I think Fenrir is actually quite... I think, actually, I'm gonna move it up. I've talked myself into. I think Fenrir is strong. Fenrir does not break any of the current boards alone, but none of those cards really do that, except for Book of Eclipse if it resolves. But it really helps to just have Fenrir. It's just great. Like, it's just great. It doesn't lose to Forbidden Lands. It doesn't lose to Anti-Spell. It doesn't lose to if Kashtira goes for locking all your back row. I think Fenrir is just a solid card. I think it's just a very solid card moving forward. And now we have the I'm a tribute your shit stuff. Lava Golem, Sphere Mode, Godarla representing the Kaijus, and Kurikara. Now these are, in my opinion, very interesting cards, and there's actually a very in-depth discussion to be made about these. I'm gonna preface it by saying we saw a lot of Lava Golem and a lot of Sphere Mode at the recent YCS, and I'm gonna say I was mildly disappointed by how they performed, because there has been a line for Kashtira players that I feel like a lot of them went for that plays around Nibiru, Lava Golem, and Sphere Mode, which is why it was such a popular line for people to do, which is the one where instead of going for the full Kashtira combo, you go for just 3 special summons, and then you make a Rice Heart, and then you pass, because it turns out a Rice Heart is still a macro Cosmos and can remove a card as a quick effect. You pair that up with some like books, some hand traps, some non-engine, whatever. That's a pretty good opening, especially if your opponent has a dead Lava Golem, a dead Nibiru, or a dead Sphere Mode in their hand. That's, like, somehow still very good. And, like, Lava Golem and Sphere Mode, if your deck does not rely on the normal summon, are still gonna be good. And I'm gonna say, I mean, it depends on whether you want to main deck them or side them, but honestly, if your deck can play them, they are actually okay to main deck even. Like, I've seen Runic decks that main deck them. I've seen Dark World decks that main deck them. I think it's totally reasonable. I don't think you have to side them. You can also main deck them. Just be aware that it's kind of a weird dynamic in this upcoming format where some of these cards are always going to be good. Like, for example, a Book of Moon has a hard time being bad. Like, it's a very consistent card. But it can also only do so much, right? There's a ceiling to how much Book of Moon can do. The impact on Book of Moon is limited. Whereas a card like Sphere Mode or Lava Golem, when they resolve, are insanely strong, right? They probably win you the game on the spot. But when your opponent plays around them, they don't do anything, right? And so I think the I think the right way to approach it is you either have to be ballsy and make a good meta call and be like, I don't think anyone plays around Lava Golem. I'm just going to play Lava Golem and rely on it, and that's going to be good. If you make the right call, you can be rewarded for it. If you make the wrong call, you can be punished. Or you can go for the super consistent approach and be like, yeah, I'm just going to play like Book of Moon, Imperm, Ash, because they will always do something. And both of those approaches are fine. One is the high risk, high reward. The other one is the low risk, low reward. You can also go with a mix. You can be like, hey, I'm going to play Lava Golem. So if they play into it, I can punish it. And if they play around it, I have like, you know, a couple of Imperms and Book of Moons in my deck. So if they only make only a Rise Heart, then I also have a decent chance of beating that. Which is also a fine, like, middle ground. Just be aware that what these cards do when you put them into your deck. You know, like, this card is a high risk, high reward card. This card is a low risk, low reward card. And maybe you can mix them to get a reasonable result as well. Or you just go full risk or no risk at all. Speaking of middle ways, Kaijus. I have been thinking lately, maybe Kaijus are back. Maybe Kaijus aren't that bad this format, because the Kashtira deck, even if it goes for the full combo, where you would normally rather have a Lava Golem, Sphere Mode, or Nibiru, maybe you're still happy with a Kaiju. Because that card is just really consistent, similar to Book of Moon versus Book of Eclipse. It's kind of like Kaiju versus Lava Golem, because yes, Lava Golem outs more things, but Lava Golem can be played around, and Kaijus are just like always going to do their thing. Even if they do the full combo and they have a Rise Heart, Shangri-Ira, whatever, the Kaiju still helps. It still helps to just give them a Kaiju and out the Rise Heart or out the Shangri-Ira, you know? One big thing, they don't block your normal summon. They do not block your normal summon, so literally every deck can consider playing Kaijus. There's some decks that can't play Lava Golem because they need the normal summon. Almost any deck can play Kaijus. Also, I picked Gadarla was still in the image. Was the image because it was from last format where it had to be the wind one. The best one now is probably just Gameciel. Just make sure you don't give them a level 7 Kaiju. I think that's the problem. Like, don't give them a level 7. Like, Gameciel is level 8. Gadarla is level 8. Just don't play Kumungus or like any of the level 7s, I think. Maybe you can even play Slumber now that people are mentioning it. I don't know if you want to go that high on Kaijus, but maybe. It's not out of the question. Maybe you can play like 2 to 3 to 4 Kaijus and then play Slumber. I don't hate the idea, but that's something that I would probably not main deck. Like, I could see main decking, like, I could see a world where you play like, you main deck 3 Kaijus because you think they're good. And then you side deck 2 more Kaijus and Slumber for when you go second. For going first, blind in game 1, I would think that Slumber plus a couple Kaijus is probably too much for me, personally. But, yeah, it just, like, it's really, the moral of the story here is that 1-for-1 trades are kind of back, because they are solid against Kashtira. Once again, it reminds me so much of Zodiac format, where in Zodiac, you would also see cards like Enemy, Chalice, like Monster Reborn kind of 1-for-1 extenders, Raigeki to out the monster, a Kaiju to out the Trident. I feel like it's very similar, this format, really. It's very interesting to see this development of like so many cards that were like not even really considerable last format, but like suddenly the meta development changes. And I love that type of stuff. I really like the innovation that we've seen so far in this new format, and I'm looking forward to like being able to make meta calls because there's so many different viable board breakers. Another one that I want to talk about is Kurikara. I think Kurikara is criminally underplayed right now because Kurikara is just really nice against Kashtira with very low risk as well. Like, it's similar to like a Kaiju. I feel like it's almost impossible to play around Kurikara against, like, if you're playing Kashtira. I don't know if Kurikara is better or more consistent than any of these other options, but I certainly think Kurikara is a good side deck card. for Kashtira. It's the one that I see myself not playing in the main deck, probably. Like, maybe you can, maybe, but I don't see it being more consistent than a Kaiju across the board against all the decks, right? Because it's like, it's good against Cash, but is it also consistently good against Branded? Is it consistently good against Sprite, Labyrinth? I don't know. Although some of these other cards are also not very good against Labyrinth. But I think Kurikara, specifically, the reason why I like Kurikara, the reason why I personally consider putting Kurikara in some of my decks right now is the following. I prefer spell cards against Kashtira. I think spell cards would be better against Kashtira, but I'm very afraid that if I play too many spell cards in my deck, too many spell board breakers, that I'm just going to get locked my back row by the full combo, and then I can't beat that. So I need something in my deck. Like, I need like Kaijus, or Lava Golem, or Sphere Mode, or Kurikara, or Nibiru, or other hand traps. Something to stop them from locking all my back row and just winning the game when I only play spell cards. And I think Kurikara is a good one to do that, because it's like, if they lock all your back row, you can still play with Kurikara, maybe, depending on what they do. If they use if they don't use the Shangri-Ira in your standby phase, and then you don't have a way to bait any other banishes, then it's gonna be dead. But for the most part, I think Kurikara is cool. It's kind of similar to Nibiru, but it's a little bit less weak to Ibli. Because, and that's the same thing for Kaijus and Lava Golem. Kaijus, Lava Golem, and Kurikara technically get stopped by Ibli, and Nibiru does too, but you can play Linguribo to re-enable Kurikara, Lava Golem, Kaiju, but you can't play Linguribo to re-enable Nibiru, because at that point it's too late. Right? At that point it's too late. Also, if they play around Nibiru by just making a Rise Heart in 4 summons, Kurikara claps that. They can have as many Forbidden Lances as they want. If they go for just a Rise Heart and you have Kurikara, you clap them up. And that's cool, if people actually do that a lot. Lightning Storm. Lightning Storm's aight. Lightning Storm's alright. The thing is, like, most people summon their stuff in defense, because there's not that many reasons not to do that. And it's really only good for popping back row, I think. Like, that's really it, and that's like for Labyrinth. I think it's okay as like a one-off target for thrusting. Same with Feather Duster. I don't think back row is your main priority in this format, but of course Labyrinth is a thing. Labyrinth is a thing. Of course, they have like Lord of the Heavenly Prison and whatnot. They have tools to prevent Duster. They cite Solemn Judgment as well, stuff like that. Duster is definitely still good as a target for thrusting as well. So Duster is okay to side, and Lightning Storm is also okay to side. Pankratops might also be okay to side again. It felt very mediocre last format. I kind of like it specifically because it just pops the Arise Heart without them being able to do much about it. Specifically for the Kashtira matchup, it's like a solid one-off. Like, it's never gonna win me the game on its own, but if I have it against Kashtira going second, I'm always gonna be happy about it. I think, like, I'm always just gonna be able to like summon it. Maybe attack over something, even if they don't have the field spell, like attack over Fenrir and then pop the Arise Heart if they don't use it beforehand. They probably would. But yeah, it's okay, I think. It's also okay against Labyrinth because it beats most of their floodgates. Like, if they go first, they have a monster, and they flip a skill drain, you can out it. If they flip a Gozen match, you can out it. If they flip whatever they play, whatever they might play, you can out it with Pankratops. So I think Pankratops is overall a solid one of, it's not like your highest priority. It's not like when you start building your side deck, the first card you throw in absolutely is Pankratops. But if you ever have like a situation where you have like 14 side deck slots and you're like, I kind of want one more for like some matchups, I think Pankratops is fine. It's also pretty good against Sprite, I would say, because it's just big. It's just big, beefy, attacks something, baits something, pops something. I think it's good. So a very solid like 15th side deck card option, I think, for whenever you don't know exactly what you want to play. I think Pankratops is Panko Top's gonna be nice. Super Poly, weirdly enough, doesn't strike me as that good right now. Because the, like, how do I say this? It doesn't feel like it hits enough decks for super hard. It's probably okay against Sprite. It's probably okay against Kashtira, but once again, you really rely on them playing into it. It's kind of like, if they make the play where they play into Super Poly, which is the one where they go for Diablosis plus a Rise Heart, because those are the ones that you can Super Poly into Mud Dragon. First of all, you need to play like 2 Mud Dragons, because they could just take it and then your Super Poly is dead. Or, if they don't play into it, like, then it's also dead. And if they play into Super Poly, why not just play Nibiru? Why not just play Lava Golem? Why not just play Sphere Mode? Because any combo that plays into Super Poly also plays into those. So, I don't know. It might be better against... It might be better against, like, Branded, maybe. But even there, I'm not sure. It's like, it's mid. I feel like it's mid. You can play around with it. It's never that bad, I think. Like, it's probably going to perform okay, but I just don't love it, this format. I just don't love it. It might be good in, like, decks that have hidden combos with it, like in Branded, where you can sometimes, even if your opponent doesn't play into it, you can, like, summon Aluber, and then you can still Super Poly something annoying away. Maybe that's fine, but, like, yeah, experiment with it. I'm sure it's not bad, but it feels kind of mid. Dark Ruler, feels like an okay side deck card to me. It's like good against... I think it's good against Sprite. I think it's good against Sword Soul, which is a deck that I think it's Rogue, to be clear. I think Sword Soul is Rogue, but it's definitely, like, played. And having a card like Dark Ruler that just, like, takes care of Sword Soul is fine. It's not very good against Labyrinth. I would not personally like it against Kashtira. I think there is way better cards for that. It's not that good against Despia, but I guess if you have it in your side deck and you go up against Despia, you can side it. It's like, it stops any Masquerade shenanigans, stops the Mirror Jade. It's okay. Overall, it's just okay, I think. Ultimate Slayer, on the other hand, I actually think is better than people think right now. It's not a main deck card, once again, because it is cost, and so it cannot be used against Kashtira, and it takes a significant amount of... extra deck space. But there is one deck where I think we're gonna see some Ultimate Slayer being played, and I think it's very good in that deck, and that's Labyrinth. If you're playing... I was actually surprised to not see Ryan Yu play Ultimate Slayer in the side deck, because he was already playing Dogmatica Punishment in the main deck, so he was already using Bucephalus, Garura, and Entis and Aggregator in the extra deck. And I think if you are at that point, I think Ultimate Slayer is just a solid side deck card. I really think so, because if your extra deck already doesn't matter, or you already have all that stuff in your extra deck, you can side this card against Branded. It's really good against Branded. You can side it against Sprite now, because Sprite does not have Elf anymore. So you can literally target whatever you want. It's good against Sword Soul if you play Asynchro for it, which is not really a problem if you're playing Labyrinth. So, like, it's really, like, you have a good target for every matchup now. And your extra deck doesn't matter if you're playing Labyrinth. So I think... specifically in Labyrinth, this card is probably going to see some play. Like, I think it's solid. You might have other priorities, that is true. You might have other priorities, but I think Ultimate Slayer is a solid card in Labyrinth specifically. I think that's good. Because Labyrinth, specifically, like, just wants to go, like, set 5 without losing any cards. So if you can go for, like, just go, Ultimate Slayer, send Entis or Garura for a free +1 and then still set 4 or 5. I think that'd be like just fine, honestly. I think it's just a very free, like, +1 that you can easily take going second. It helps a lot going second into getting into a grind game with Labyrinth. So I like that card. And last but not least, Talents and Thrusting. Thrusting, I think, takes a big hit this format, which is that a lot of the hand traps, first of all, some decks don't even play hand traps anymore because they rely on board breakers, which is a solid approach. So you never know if you go first, you never know if your opponent is actually going to hand trap you. They might just be on board breakers and just your thrusting might be dead. And then another thing is that there's no hand traps anymore of course they still exist, but people don't play many hand traps anymore that put themselves onto the field. Almost no main deck Bestials, no more Kelbecks, no more Havnis, no more Tearlament's Kashtira. This card loses so much value going first that I think you can only side it anymore. I would not main deck this card in any build right now. I don't think it's that good. I think this card is a side deck card. I think it's a good side deck card, but the problem is you can only really side it for going second, but that's the case for most of these side deck cards, so that's fine. I think it is a strong going second side deck card, and it's going to see some play being able to play like one copy of Evenly, one copy of Talents, one copy of Change of Heart, one copy of whatever, Dark Ruler, Feather Duster, and being able to fetch it whenever you need it, I think is good utility. I think we're going to see some triple Traptrix thrusting in side decks. I think it's a good choice, but it loses a lot of quality that it has last format. A lot of quality that it has last format was like, this card was good in the main deck. This card you could side going first and second. Like people would side this card going first in the tier mirrors because every single hand trap you would be able to just go like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna thrusting for instant fusion. You can't really do that this format, and so like this is a side deck card for that reason. Talents, I think is very strong going second. But going first has the similar problem of this, a little bit less because it works against Ash. Like, people play Ash, and so there's at least one hand trap that it works against. People also play Nibiru, but I'm going to be honest, besides Ash and Nibiru, I really don't expect many hand traps to be played, other than Imperm, but Imperm doesn't trigger Talents. So going first, Talents is probably going to be dead a decent amount of the time, which is annoying. So I don't know if I would call it strong in the main deck, but going second, it's awesome, especially against Kashtira, because it's very easy to trigger. Like, they can't really play around it because a Rise Heart is mandatory, so you can always trigger it unless your back row gets locked. And then, you know, going Talents to take one of their monsters, attack, make Zeus is really strong. But I don't know if I would main deck it as much. I think this is almost more of a one-off side deck card for thrusting as a target, almost, for going second. You can still experiment with it for the main deck, but personally, I think most of these other cards are more consistently good main deck options. And that is my take on these board breakers. As you will notice, is that I put a lot of these cards relatively high up on this list because I really think board breakers are in a good spot this format. Because most of the decks right now don't put up any sort of negates, and that's why board breakers really shine in a format like that, where you can really sometimes just let your opponent play their entire turn, not interrupt them a single time, and still win the game by simply having one or two powerful spells or like lava golems in your hand. And I think that's cool. I think that's very nice. I think that's a cool dynamic. I appreciate the option to be like, yeah, I can play hand traps, I can play board breakers, I can play a mix. I think that's cool. I'm looking forward to making some deck building decisions like that. If there's any particular board breaker that I was missing in this, feel free to comment down below and ask me about it. But until then, I hope you enjoyed. If you did, feel free to subscribe to the channel. It would mean a lot to me. Say goodbye to YouTube, chat, and I will hopefully see you guys on the next video or the next stream. Link to the stream is also in the description below. Hope this was helpful. Hope you have a great rest of your day, and peace. All right. Kizan Wist, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You missed Kurikara in the hand trap tier list. Yeah. Thank you, Gnorgard, for the 7 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. All right. That was good. I think that was good content. I honestly think board breakers are in a really exciting spot right now. I really think it's quite interesting to see where this is gonna go, because it's like, yeah, it really is, like I said, It really is, like I said, like these board breakers, like some of them are so high risk, high reward, like evenly Lava Golem Sphere mode. And some of them are just like kind of mid, but also just very consistent, like Kaiju, Enemy, Book, whatnot, Kurikara, Change of Heart. They're like super consistent, super down to earth. Fenrir. And I feel like it's gonna be key to success this format, to always be ahead of the curve and be like, what are people playing right now? What should I play? Are people playing around this? Like, if everyone plays around Nibiru and Lava Golem, then I can really punish that by playing like more based, like more down to earth board breakers or just hand traps. And if people just go all out because everyone is like, hey, everyone is playing Book of Eclipse, Change of Heart, Talents, I'm just gonna go lock 5 zones, then you need to be quick and adapt to that and be like, yeah, I need to go back to Lava Golem, Sphere mode, Kaijus, whatever. And I think that's really cool. DJ Tony, thank you for the Prime. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for spending your 1 Prime on the channel. I appreciate it. We're back to 1100. Pog, thank you so much. What's the verdict on Traptrix post-structure deck? My verdict on Traptrix was that I think it is a good deck, but I was not super impressed by it in the sense that, hey, this is going to be a top meta contender. I think if you want to play it because you like it, I think it's playable, especially because it's very budget. I think even with Prosperity, the deck is still considered like budget. I don't think it's top tier, though. I don't think it's top tier. Hey, yo, a hype train is close. So almost... Stream is almost over. The hype train keeps going. Appreciate that. Thank you. When best deck tier list? We already did that. Exclamation mark YouTube. I posted one where I gave you my opinion on most of the decks. Like it was like 2 weeks ago after the ban list. Exclamation mark YouTube if you are not subscribed to YouTube yet. Would you say it's tiered? I mean, Traptrix seems like a tier 3 deck to me, which honestly, for what it's worth, what it costs, is really not bad, I think. Only 4 hours stream. How are you surprised by any of this? I literally stream this exact same times every day. I literally always start at 12. I always end at around 5. How is it surprising? Pac went 5-0 in his locals with Traptrix structure. We saw that earlier. We watched it. We reacted to it. 24 hours, please. I have done 24 hours stream before. And it was really, really hard. It was really stressful, but it was fun too. When subathon, I thought about it, honestly. I thought about it, but I'm a little bit scared of it. I'm a little bit scared of doing a subathon. I don't know if I'm ready for it. Because I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works exactly. Like, I don't know what happens if I sleep and then my PC crashes or my OBS freezes, or how do I entertain people while I sleep? How do I I don't know. I'll think about it. It's something that's on my mind. I'll probably ask some of my creator friends that's already done it. Yeah. So like, don't sleep. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe it wouldn't even go that long. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't go that long. But just in case it would actually go longer, then I don't know. But yeah, I'll think about it. I'll think about it and maybe set it up at some point when there's like a week where I have nothing planned. Maybe. Do one just after London so you'll stream forever after you win easy. Okay. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Your first mistake is assuming you only need a week. See, that's the thing. I really can't tell because I feel like it's hard for me to judge because I've never done it. and because I'm also not I haven't been a streamer for as long as these other ones. So like, even though my community is still getting pretty big, which I'm very thankful for. So maybe we could fill more than a week, literally. Falcon Ace, thank you for the 6 months. I might come to a YCS in Mexico at some point. I haven't really planned it at this point, but maybe it's not out of the question. Do you plan which YCS do you plan to enter? I'm entering YCS London just because it's the closest for me. I booked my train to London like 2 days ago. I'm going by train. So that's all set and done now. Come to America, Bozo. Come to Europe, Bozo. What do you mean? Have you been? Oh yeah, you have been. All right, we played. Oh my god, that was okay. Right, yeah. We played. I forgot. So I'm sorry, Gunther. I'm sorry. It was so quick though. I forgot because it was so quick, dude. You got to give me more of a which YCS did you play? We played in top 64 of YCS Düsseldorf. It was funny because I remember, I think Gunther went X3 and thought he was out, and so he left the venue, and then he got like 60th place or something. He just snuck into Top Cut and he was already gone when pairings were announced. And so I sat there and I think I called up Furman or something because Furman was also there, and I was like, yo, tell Gunther pairings are up. We are playing. He is in top 64. And then he like rushed back and he came in time, I think. And then our match was like super anticlimactic where I just like, I don't know what happened. I think I just like went first game won after like 3 minutes, and then going second like hand trapped, and he passed and I won. Like it was like super yeah, you got like Ghost Ogred on Summon Sork or something and just passed. So that was the thing. Yeah, I remember now. Tomorrow another deck tier list now that we have meta info? Nah, I think it's fine. I think hand trap and board breaker tier lists are sufficient. The one Thomas Rose one? Yeah, that was the one Thomas Rose one. I lost to Subterra in like top 16 or 32. I don't remember. I lost to Subterra. It was not very fun. I got floodgated. You stream tomorrow? I do not stream tomorrow, and I have a very sad announcement to make as well. I have a very sad announcement to make. I guess for me it's a happy announcement, but it's also kind of sad because I will not be live on Monday. I will not be live on Monday because, and that's the good news. The good thing for me is I'm leaving tomorrow for I'm going to the Pokemon regionals in Bochum, which I'm very happy about because there's a lot of I have a lot of friends in the Pokemon community. And I am able to see them again because I haven't seen a lot of them in a long time. And so I will go to the Pokemon regionals. You don't have to tell me good luck because I'm playing in the VGC and I have not practiced at all. I'm probably just gonna freaking net deck a team from someone I know and then just run it. I probably won't do very well because I had no time to prepare, but it's fine. I'm gonna have fun. Also, if anyone is here, I know some of you also are coming. You've talked about it on the Discord. I'm gonna have Edison decks, and I'm gonna also cook up some current format decks. So if, unfortunately, on Sunday when they play Top Cut, I'll probably have time. I'll probably have time. So if anyone's there and you want to jam some games, Edison or current, I'm gonna have some stuff on me. Josh playing a game not 100% competitive, Satch. See, the thing is, I would like to. I love to take it seriously, but I simply did not have the time. I was focused on, like, you know, content creation, YCS coverage, YCS Leon. I just didn't have the time for it. Like, sometimes you just don't have the time. I'm still happy I'm going. Like, I'm still looking forward to it. I still think I'm going to have a great time. But unfortunately, I'm still going to try my best. And maybe I can figure something out, like a cool team or whatever. But I don't have too much pressure on this one because I literally just didn't have the time. You beat me back in 2013 in VGC? That's not possible. I played VGC for the first time in 2014. Maybe in 2014, though. Does that stream on Twitch, the Pokemon? I think it does. I think it will. I think it will. Do you know a lot about Scarlet and Violet? I mean, I've played it. I know the Pokemon. I've looked in. I've watched some of the coverage of the other events, but yeah. TLDR on Traptrix opinion, not a bad deck, but also not, I think, top tier. Like, good budget deck. All right, anyways. That being said, I think I'm going to call it a day now because we are done with everything I wanted to do today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you had a good time. I did have a good time. I'm going to send you guys over to Lampy. Let's make Lampy really happy. Let's put some Josh YGO hearts in Lampy's chat right now. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the subs. As usual, your support means the world to me. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Glad everyone has been here. It's been a blast. I see you guys again next week. Like I said, unfortunately, no stream on Monday, but we will be back sooner rather than later. And I'll see you guys next time. And say hi to Lampy for me. It says, for me, it says Lampy is alive. When I click raid. Lampy is offline? Back? Well, how? Wait, let me refresh. Let me refresh. Oh, okay, now it's gone. All right. Well, then it's Farfa, I guess. Then it's Farfa, I guess. The usual Farfa raid. It is what it is. Rip Lampy. Missed the host. It's fine. Hey, have a great weekend, everybody. See some of you at Bochum. And